This is a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting. The audio for this program can be heard on WRFP LP 101.9 FM.
This meeting of the Eau Claire City Council will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Here.
Emanuel?
Here.
McCabe?
Here.
Klinkhammer?
Here.
Larson?
Here.
Mitchell?
Here.
Strobel?
Here.
T-Wall?
Here.
Von Hayden?
Here.
Workman?
Here.
Jean?
Here.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the Monday, May 9th, 2016 session of the Eau Claire City Council. During its Monday night session, the Council conducts public hearings and holds public discussions in which we listen to public input and invite public comment. I did say public 5 times in a row there, and I mean to, and ask questions of you in preparation for our legislative session, which convenes in these chambers tomorrow afternoon at 4 p.m. Some important items on Council's agenda tonight are we're going to look at the construction of a new miracle field for baseball out at Jeffers Park, talk about our transit study center selection site, some lighting on a bridge, an escort service license, and our very first TIF policy. So we have a very, very busy agenda, and we have been working hard behind the scenes getting ready for this evening's topics. We do welcome citizens who are joining us in chambers, and as usual, the Council is grateful to community television for broadcasting and streaming these proceedings live for people who cannot be here tonight. For those of you, though, who do wish to speak, I'll briefly review the protocol. We have an agenda, which is on the back table if you care to pick one up. We go down the agenda, and when the item of importance to you is introduced, a staff person will give us a presentation. Council asks a few questions, but we limit our questions so that we're able to get to public input as quickly as possible. When we're done with our questions, I will invite you to the podium. We've never signed up or made a list of who's going to talk. We just find that people are polite and they just make way for each other. It's worked for 10 years, so I think it'll probably work tonight too. Please state your name and your address, though, when you do approach the podium, and then start speaking about what's on your mind. In the interest of fairness, so that the last person has as much time and attention as the first person, we do limit each person to 5 minutes. We help you mark that time by a series of lights, a green light, a yellow light, warning you have a minute left, and then a red light. I will politely ask you to bring your comments to a close if you do come up to the 5-minute speaking limit. And although you do not have to speak for 5 minutes, the 5 minutes are there should you require them to make your point. Also, Council often has questions of speakers, not all the time, but sometimes, I guess I'd say often. So if you would linger at the podium and give me a chance to see if there are questions, that's very helpful for the flow of the meeting. Our questions just help us learn. They are not meant to put anyone on the spot or criticize or drill you. They just help us learn so we make good decisions on your behalf tomorrow afternoon and for the rest of our terms, however long that may be. If you need any help tonight, Ms. Merle, who sits right here, is very happy and capable to help you. I think that's it. Did I say everything? Okay. All right. Let's get going with this important meeting before us tonight. The first item on our agenda then is a public hearing on a proposed site plan in a P Public District for the Miracle League Field in Jeffers Park. Mr. Tefty.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is Jeffers Park, located on the west side of Jeffers Road, south of County Line, and that's where the Miracle Field will be located. There's a site detail to the north half of the park showing the existing ball fields, existing parking lot, Jeffers Road, and the location of the Miracle League field. And there's a site detail then of the facility showing the field. It has bleachers, dugouts, there's sidewalk connecting it over to handicap parking stalls, a drop-off site. Sidewalk also connects off over to the main parking lot further to the west. There's picnic pavilion, bike racks, storage and restrooms. There's a playground area and a future playground area further to the north. They show a retaining wall out in the right field, which they'll have their sign on. We do need to coordinate that sign with other signs for the parks, and that will be reviewed with permit. Those bike racks will need to be designed per city standards, and engineering still needs to review the drainage of this facility. Waterways and Parks Commission has recommended approval. Plan Commission recommended approval with conditions being the sign being reviewed with permit, bike racks being designed per city code, and engineer review of drainage. Are there any questions?
Mr. Tufte, I know that Mr. White is in the audience tonight, and maybe we'll talk a little bit more about what a miracle field is, but prior to that, would you just say in a couple sentences what is a miracle field?
My understanding, it's a handicap accessible field. It's a smaller field, and beyond that, I think you probably should ask the experts behind me. I do know you'll have resolution considering the site plan on your agenda tomorrow, plus a resolution that'll be presented by City Attorney's Office tomorrow on an agreement for the construction of the field. So you'll have two resolutions tomorrow.
I saw that we have two decision points tomorrow evening. Questions for Mr. Tufte regarding the site plan or his presentation? I see none. Perhaps you, yeah. Mr. White?
Good evening. My name is Nick White, 2252 Frank Street. I am involved with the steering committee as well as the capital campaign committee for the Miracle League field proposed at Jeffers Park. It is a vulcanized rubber surface similar to the surface at Putnam Heights Elementary School. So children with mobility issues, wheelchairs, walkers, things like that have full accessibility to play on the field. The program will be for youth ages 4 to 19. And the question has been brought up as to why not older kids. Special Olympics in our region serves primarily adults, so we want to provide an opportunity for athletics for those younger children. The site plan does include a drop-off zone, additional handicap parking spaces, and as Mr. Tufte mentioned, a storage facility, picnic pavilion, and a fully inclusive, accessible playground. We are on our own as a committee going to be raising the funds for the facility, a total of $525,000 with $25,000 stipulation of future maintenance of the field itself. Goodwill North Central Wisconsin has already kicked us off with $100,000 to start our funding, and we have commitments from several area individuals and businesses pending approval to move forward with the project. All I'll share at this point. If you have questions, I'd be happy to answer those.
Thank you, Mr. White. Questions regarding the project? I did see that you hope to open for the spring season of 17. Does that seem viable?
Yes, approximately $215,000 will be needed this year to do grading on the site this fall, and we're fairly close to that with those commitments. And then next spring would have the construction of the entire facility with plans to open in June of 17. And then once the field was built, we would turn it over to the city, and there would be other group user groups that would be able to coordinate with the city. Several special education programs have already asked about using the facility. Some of the adult daycare programs in the city have asked to use it. And as Mr. Fieber has mentioned in previous meetings, because it is a vulcanized rubber surface, it can be cleared of snow. So there's the potential for area baseball programs just to get out onto the field and pitch and catch and throw the ball around earlier than sometimes we get snow into late May.
Do you mind another question?
Sure.
Will Goodwill Industries then be responsible for the operation as far as getting the league together and taking, or I don't know how that works?
Yep, Goodwill North Central Wisconsin. It will be a program of Goodwill, so a 501c3, and they will hire a 30-hour-a-week individual to be the league director that will coordinate the volunteers for the program, the registration for the program, support from area businesses if there's a need for sponsored baseball program or baseball team similar to the other Little League and Babe Ruth programs that we all see around the city.
Well, thank you, Mr. White. And Councilmember Larson has a question for
Thank you.
Mr. White.
How long have you been working on this project, and how did it get started?
The project's been going for about a year and a half. There is a individual whose son has Down syndrome, who is getting to that point where he may not be able to play in the normal Little League programs. So she wanted to explore some other options, and I was at a ribbon cutting for the Goodwill Donation Express on the west side of town, and their vice president of community development spoke about programs that are funded through Goodwill, and Miracle League was one of those programs. So myself and a couple other Eau Claire Chamber ambassadors approached him and asked, what's Miracle League, and have jumped on board to help bring this program to Eau Claire. There are 7 other Miracle League programs in the state of Wisconsin, with La Crosse being the closest. There's also one in Woodbury, Minnesota, and then this would be the 3rd Miracle League program through Goodwill.
Okay. So you came in contact with it through your role as a chamber ambassador?
Correct.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I think this is, I can't imagine many more worthy programs than this, so
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I see no further questions for you, Mr. White. Do you have other members of your volunteer group who want to say something?
Not this evening.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did anyone else come to talk about the Miracle League field? Anyone here for this item? Okay. The chair will close item 1 and bring our attention. We do have decision points tomorrow night on this park plan. So. Now we enter the first of 4 public discussions we have scheduled tonight. The first being item 2, a public discussion on the results of the Transit Center site selection study. As Mr. Wagner is approaching, I just want to say to my fellow council members that the site selection study is a complicated and it's a deep study, and we've had the packet for a while, but I know that there's a lot of information, and there are many people out there who want to share information with us. So the chair is going to be very liberal with questions and probing, and if we get a little messy, it's okay. We just need to understand the content of this study very, very well. So tonight and tomorrow night, we'll spend whatever time we need to understand the content. Okay? Mr. Wagner.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening. When I first came back to Eau Claire in 1997 and started as a part-time bus operator, we were talking about a new transfer center. So I'm excited to see this move along here. And not sure how I got that far ahead of myself here. Why are we talking about a transfer center. What was the impetus for this study? Well, it is mentioned in the transit development plan. Each transit development plan since I've been here, and the most recent one was 2013. As downtown Eau Claire continues to develop and grow in density, the utility of a downtown transit center will also grow. It is recommended that Eau Claire Transit Central Transfer Point remain in the downtown Eau Claire area. That was one of the issues that they wanted to make sure that part of their recommendation in that plan was to keep it in the downtown area to keep the integrity of our system intact. Also, in the Eau Claire comprehensive plan, in the downtown section, conduct a study to determine the best alternative location and the cost feasibility of moving and improving the central bus transfer center as part of the comprehensive plan in the downtown. In the transportation system plan, as part of the comprehensive plan, a replacement downtown transfer center was in the early planning phases in 2015 and should be constructed to accommodate further growth of the system. And then also in the sustainability section of the comprehensive plan, the Eau Claire bus station downtown is due for replacement. The actual site and design may need further study. So that is why we started the study. This picture shows us what we currently have, what we're working with. Every half hour, starting at 8:15 in the morning, this is the scene down at our transfer center. We have 9 buses that service that center every half hour until 6:15 p.m. when the university's in session. At peak time, at 3:15 in the afternoon, there's 11 buses. So there's 2 more buses that would already have to go through this area at that time, every day during when the school's in session. As you can see, the design of the transfer center was actually for 8 buses, to accommodate 8 buses at peak time. So what we did is applied for a grant with the state of Wisconsin to look into the feasibility of different sites in the downtown area following those plans. As part of that grant, we had to come up with, well, what is it you want to accomplish with this study? Well, those tasks were identify site requirements, compose, conduct, and compile public input surveys, identify critical linkages, identify potential sites, and prepare, conduct, and incorporate feedback from public input sessions, and evaluate alternatives. So that was the scope of the project. The budget for the project was $60,000. $48,000 came from the grant, and the remaining $12,000 was our local match, a required local match. And then we contracted with the West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission to do the study, because they are our local metropolitan planning organization. One of the first things we did, we met with the staff with West Central Wisconsin, and we talked about, well, we'd like to have a committee to help with the study, to get input, come up with as diverse of a committee as possible that would include all the stakeholders, and I think we even invited more people that declined to participate for whatever reason, but this was the advisory committee that was put together and met, I believe, 4 times. And as you can see, there's staff on the committee. 2 council members served on the committee, and the Chippewa Valley Transit Alliance, Chamber of Commerce, the Aging and Disability Resource Center, who we partner with in providing paratransit services, the UW Eau Claire, and you can see there was a wide range of people that served on this advisory committee. One of the first things then too, we had to try to define some boundaries and to make what area would be most practical to look at to keep the integrity of our current system, bus system in place. And so that's where this came up with. We talked about these boundaries. They initially started smaller, and then after talking with the advisory committee, moved it out a little bit. That was done at the first meeting. So basically, roughly between, the main area was between Lake Street and Madison Street, but then it got expanded out just a little bit to include some other possibilities if they would seem like they would be working. Then we came up with some preliminary parameters to guide the study. Location, we had to define the location for downtown. We need to make sure there's at least 2 street ingress and egress points for that location, to make sure that the flow of traffic would be possible with that many buses servicing it. Make sure that the site is ADA accessible, that anyone in the city of Eau Claire could use that site. We talked about some amenities that we thought were basic needs that need to be a part of the site. If I go back to the other picture, you'll see the porta potty that's currently used down at the transfer center. So we'd like to get rid of that and have public restrooms as part of the structure. Heated and cooled waiting areas so that can be used all year long. Driver's restroom and lounge area. A ticket office. Currently, we don't have a place to sell our passes and our fare media down at the transfer center. We would like to have a place for that and have it staffed. And then seating for at least 24 passengers while they're waiting to make their transfers. We'd like to have a space for a minimum of 15 buses. As I mentioned, 11 is the current peak usage right now. We have 11 buses down at the transfer center. We'd like to have some room for expansion and also invite intercity buses to come in, Jefferson Lines, Greyhound, make it accessible for them too. Coming up with all that, we would need a minimum of 29,700 square feet for the transit portion. At the very first advisory committee meeting, it was a unanimous decision we broke up into 4 groups, I believe it was 4 or 5 groups, and each group came up with a unanimous decision that this should not just be a transfer center, it has to be a transfer center, that's the main purpose, but also have multi-uses as part of this. And that's the reason for the expanded area, to allow for those multiple uses. And this is just how are you going to fit 15 buses into an area? They will take up quite a bit of a room. One of the things that West Central Wisconsin did was an online survey to get public input. They also surveyed passengers on the buses, drivers, and as well as the advisory committee. So they asked that's where the amenities came up with. Wi-Fi was the top of this list. I know it's hard to read, but just to mention some of the things, Wi-Fi, outdoor seating, bicycle lockers, things like that as possible additions to this facility. Things that people would like to see that are going to be using it. And then also, what other uses should the transfer center have? A restaurant or a diner was number 1 on both the advisory and the surveys. Multimodal transportation area, retail, possibly at some kind of stores, grocery store, parking, free clinic. Those are all different things that came up as a result of this public input from the surveys. Taking all that information then, what West Central Wisconsin did was, well, okay, let's evaluate some sites. Let's see what sites in the downtown area could make this work. And they came up with a list of 9 sites. They started out with well over, I think it was about 24 sites. They started out, and based on the criteria, they narrowed them down to 9 sites. And they're shown on here, basically, the 4 blocks north of Eau Claire River between Farwell and Barstow Street. The old wood motor lot, which is kitty corner from the current transfer center, that's at the site number 9. Another site along the river, site number 8. In the Banbury area, site 7, 5, and 6. So those were the 9 that the study, based on the criteria we came up with, this is what we have to work with, let's evaluate these. So at one of the meetings of this site advisory committee, that's exactly what we did, is went through and evaluated each one of those 9 sites with a green dot, meaning that it exceeds that criteria. Yellow dot means it's neutral, it at least meets it, and a red dot meaning that it doesn't really meet that criteria, or that's a weakness of that site. And so each one of those 9 sites was evaluated, and then 4 of the sites then, it seemed, rose to the top of that after that evaluation. And I'll go through those sites now that were considered then, that they are recommending that you could look further into these sites as possibilities. Site number 3, that's the one located in between Farwell and Barstow Street. It's the entire block just north of Galloway Street there. It has estimation of the cost there, $2,647,600. That's for relocating current businesses that are in that area, demolition of buildings, and then the market value of the land. It has 15 parcels and 7 owners. So that is quite a bit of work to deal with. And then 4 retail stores are located there, so that was site number 3 they looked at. And said that's one of those that rose to the top as far as the other criteria. Site number 4 is just south of that. It is where currently the city owns what we call the railroad parking lot there, and right along the river, just north of the river, between Farwell and Barstow Street. There's less acquisition costs with that site, less relocation, and market value. And it's important to note there are historical buildings located on this block, and the study did not recommend that those be demolished, but they be incorporated into a design in that area. And this has 7 parcels and only 2 owners, so a little bit less work involved in obtaining this site. Site number 7. A much larger area, and you would and basically broke it up into 2 different parts. More acquisition costs involved, more owners in site 7A, and this is just north of Wisconsin Street and east of Dewey Street over toward Banbury Place in that area. And we're looking at, let's see, for site 7B, the one that's closest, that includes now the community table area where that is the old depot, that location, has a total of 10 parcels and 8 owners. Site 7A, 10 parcels and 9 owners. So we're talking, again, significant costs involved with relocation, acquisition, and demolition. And then the 4th site was site 9. This is what is commonly referred to as the old wood motor lot. And it is kitty corner from where the current transfer center is located. So it would be on Gray Street, just south of Gray Street and east of Farwell Street. It is owned by the city, so there is no acquisition needed in this case. There are 2 parcels involved, and I have difficulty pronouncing the Schlegelmalch house. This is not going to be considered part of the site, so that would be left alone. But it would be taken into consideration. Again, we would hope that the design of anything that would go there would take that into consideration. And so those were the 4 sites that rose to the top. And that were part of the recommendation then that further study be done on these sites. So what do we as staff recommend? Well, the Transit Commission received the full study in its meeting in March, and some of you were able to make that meeting. And they passed a resolution that would recommend that further study be done on these, that the results of the study be accepted, and that further study be done on those sites to determine where the best place for a transfer center would be. So what we're recommending as staff is to begin at least phase 1, the environmental studies on these sites. It's about $2,500 a site, be about $10,000. That could be part of the engineering aspect of what has been set aside in the budget, the capital, the CIP for this project. And then request proposals from developers regarding sites 4 and 9. We felt that those were really, because of cost mainly, I'm thinking, but also locations, those would be the ones that we'd really be interested in, to get input from developers on what they feel like those sites could support. But you would have to keep in mind that this is a place where people need to feel safe. There's going to be a lot of foot traffic, a lot of people walking around, and so they need to feel safe there. It needs to feel like it's an area where they don't have to worry about their safety, and able to access all the things that are available in the facility. And we need to remember that this has to be a transit function. It has to be that's got to be our main focus here, is that it has to service as a transfer center for us. And then have community support for whatever the decision is there, and then allow for future growth. I know there is a strong will from contingent in Eau Claire to have rail come to Eau Claire. It's part of the Minnesota plan to have rail come to Eau Claire, and we should plan for that, and think about that as we develop the site. And then also frequency of service, increasing service, and so forth for the needs in the community. And then we would also say that we would encourage the developers that proposals would be accepted on any of the sites if they were really interested in one. We would not say, no, we're not going to consider it. That would be our recommendation, that we consider those. Funding, the current capital improvement project plan calls for $500,000 for site planning, and that was set aside for this year, is in the budget for this year. It's hard to do that planning until we develop a site. Pick a site. $400,000 or $4 million for construction is in the CIP, and that's for next year. And that would be assuming funding at 80% from the federal 5339 program. And there's a discretionary fund that we would apply for that. There's also additional federal funds that are available for projects that have a minimum of $5 million investment from the FTA. which would require a $1.25 million local match. These are called Tiger Grants. They encourage private-public cooperation, collaborative efforts, and in order to be eligible for that grant in this year, the requirement was a minimum of $5 million being requested from the FTA. And we're expecting that that's going to be a similar requirement for next year. So we are making that recommendation as part of the capital improvement plan to increase that amount so that we'd at least have that as an option. So that is a summary of the study, and I appreciate your time, and I'd be very happy to answer any questions. And Ann Schell, who was the lead on the project, is here, that she would also be able to answer questions. Thank you.
We'll start asking you some questions, and I'll just remind council members that we'll try to limit and exercise our agreed upon thing, I guess, that will limit you to each 2 questions until we've heard from the public, and then you can ask away after that. Okay? I think I saw Councilmember Tebow first.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid. Excellent presentation, and what great planning has been done. Thank you. I just want to, if you could define a little bit on the one question I have when we look at planning for growth. Does that mean growth in adjacent lots that we would do, growth to relocate it at a later time? How does that structure into determining that?
That's one of the considerations you'd want to make in planning for growth, is that are you limited just to that area? Is there no possible ways of expansion? But the actual plan for itself also takes into account that growth. Like I said, currently we have 11 buses at peak. The intercity buses do not come down to our transfer center anymore. They did at one time. They probably did not find it very useful. So if we build something that people are more willing to come to for that service, they might consider doing that again. So that's part of the thought in that part of the plan. That is we're already considering that in the site up front.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
And Councilmember Emanuel?
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Wagner, for your presentation. And I believe that this new transfer center is poised to really help transform public transportation for our entire city in Eau Claire. And I look forward to sharing some more comments tomorrow night. I have one question for you today that we talked a little bit about on the telephone and did some research with staff earlier last week. And that is a question about Farwell Street and looking at, and this would apply to really any of the other locations, looking at the traffic impact. So let's just hypothetically say the city looks at Farwell Street. Currently, there's 4 lanes of traffic. In the comprehensive plan, it calls for down the road to examine 4 lanes of Farwell and maybe look at doing 3 lanes of Farwell. And then the next question after that is, what is the impact for emergency vehicles and all of that kind of good stuff. So there's lots of questions, and which is good as part of this research process. Can you or maybe a colleague explain how in this whole process will the traffic impact assessment be incorporated into this so that as the city considers next steps, there's assurance that for the long haul, this is a safe route and a safe location?
Sure, I can give you my understanding of it. If you need further detail, then there's staff that here that might be able to address that. During the planning phase, that traffic is considered as part of the plan, and it's each department. The engineering department would respond to take a look at the plan and see, okay, how would this affect traffic, and how would this affect pedestrian accessibility, and so forth. And that would have to be incorporated into the plan. That would have to be addressed as part of the plan then. And then the Planning Commission would review that, and then it would come to council at that point too.
I have a follow-up, please. Thank you. So, for instance, in Farwell, I understand that in the next 5 years, that section wasn't planned to be studied, in particular for the kind of road diet to go down to 3 lanes. Would this type of work that the city is doing now trump that timeline and maybe trigger it to study it sooner than 5 years down the road?
My understanding is it would definitely, that area, that part of Farwell, would have to be considered as part of this plan.
Yes, if I could just add to that a little bit. It certainly as part of this RFP review process, and the recommendations or analysis of those proposals would involve a staff discussion and review of how Farwell would fit into that. We haven't talked about that yet. It would have to depend on what the responses to the RFPs were, but before coming back with that as a recommendation, we would certainly give some serious thought and consideration to the impact on Farwell and how that would fit both short-term and long-term.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
Yes, one of the things that I had a call from a couple of the people talking about this, saying we've talked about these various sites. We have not talked to any of the landowners at any of the sites. Am I correct on that?
Not at this point, still
Okay,
too early to...
Okay, I was assuming that was correct. So as it progresses, as part of the planning, then you would sit down and talk to the landowners or the property owners to find out if they'd be agreeable to sell, transfer, trade, or whatever. Or would that, I'm assuming, be part of the RFP process?
That, it would have to be, yes.
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. The study was very thorough on providing criteria for the sites, but I wondered, what is actually the goal of this effort? Is it to spur development in an area? Is it to make passengers comfortable? Is it to increase ridership? It would be helpful to me in making a decision about these sites to know what the purpose of building this transfer center is.
The main goal is to replace our current transfer center. That would be the main goal, because we've outlived it. It's not functioning as well as a new site would, obviously. But also taking into consideration, we feel, and the advisory committee felt, that it should be part of what's going on in the downtown area to blend in with the improvements that have been going on. And so that's another goal too. But the main purpose, to replace our transfer center.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. Yeah, and I see on the site selections here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 9 are all on Farwell Street, so I'm sure that's pretty important no matter which site you look at. But my question is why, when I'm looking at this, for me, for a public building that may encourage more development, I was looking at sites 1, 2, and 3, and 9 as well. But site number 2, why is that? Do you know why that was not included, at least in the top 4? There's only 4 owners there, and the acquisition cost is less than site number 4. Any thought on what happened there? It's the one on Madison Street?
Right. That was site number
2.
2?
I'm sorry. Yep.
The cost demolition was marked down in the environmental sensitivity, was marked down on that site. Not really sure where that came from, but when that site was evaluated, those were the main, and it had more neutral rather than plus sites. The location is a little bit further north than the current site. So.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Beaton?
Thank you. I really appreciated how hard you worked to include lots of different diversities of people in the public in this discussion to choose this new transfer center. I'm wondering what consideration you had to include our families of low income, as they will be using this system most prominently.
One of the things that was considered is our current ridership, and that is one of the sources of input, was surveys done with our current ridership. I'm not sure if there was any specific organization that was representing families of low income, but our riders were represented.
As I read the surveys, that certainly would be the case. As far as current ridership represented the whole demographics of riders. So that's how I interpreted that. Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Mr. Wagner, for all your work on this project. In terms of the Galloway site, the railroad parking lot. So you're feeling that whole area that includes the numerous restaurants and taverns that are along Galloway, that those would also have to be acquired for just the sheer size of this sort of project, or could it be done potentially without acquisition there? I mean, in the picture you showed that entire block being
right. As far as the acquisition, I think part of the consideration could be incorporating the existing building. I mean, obviously the National Historic Sites, we would want to incorporate those, make the improvements that would be necessary to have it work in with the transfer center. I don't know if that would require purchasing. It probably would, but I don't know if it necessarily has to.
Well, thank you again, Mr. Wagner. Perhaps you would leave, can you get to a map? A map on the screen might be most helpful as we're listening to public. A map of the area, the downtown area, and I think it had the numbered sites on it. Yeah,
Yep.
That might help us in our discussion. Thank you, Mr. Wagner.
Thank you.
Now would be the time that members of the public who wish to speak are welcome to approach the podium.
All right, hello. Jeremy Gregert at 451 Lincoln Avenue. I was able to attend most of the meetings of the advisory committee, although I did not serve on it. And the open houses were very helpful too, to have as many opportunities for the public to be involved, and I think that was achieved pretty well so far. I serve on the Chippewa Valley Transit Alliance Board and on the Wisconsin Transit Riders Alliance Board, and so I'm kind of engaged in these issues, and I'm a big rider of our transit system. So that really, of course, is the core of this project, is making sure we have a sound place for our bus system to exist and expand. I do think that there are a lot of opportunities for making it more multimodal and including things like bike share. Even if we don't have a bike share program right now, we could plan where the bike share station would go. We should really, I like the goal of going for 15 spots for buses, because there's a lot of buses that come into our community, whether that be Greyhound or Jefferson Lines or Badger Bus. Those are three that currently come, but there are also other opportunities like Mega Bus, and there are casino buses that come to town, which some of us aren't as familiar with as others, but they tend to stop not downtown because there's not a space for them. There's things like the airport shuttle that we should welcome downtown, pedicabs and taxis and things like that. some of the amenities that came up in the discussions were pretty interesting and exciting. I think people had some cool ideas. I mentioned the bike share place that we could create. The university has put up bus locator screens so you could see where the buses are on the double map program that our Eau Claire Transit uses. I think it would be cool to have space for organizations to table and do outreach with bus riders. I know it would help the Chippewa Valley Transit Alliance to be able to do that, but certainly any group. I think of all sorts of nonprofit organizations and the city, different city departments being down there, and just making sure that that people have access to them, and maybe a public meeting room space. I know the North Conference Room is getting pretty booked up sometimes, and so is the library and in this room. So having another public space that the city can rent out, whether they're having their own meetings there or nonprofits want to use it, or the business community wants to use the space, I think it would be a cool thing. I think the seating inside and outside the building would be good, because especially if we have a site on the river, it'd be nice to have places outside and some green space and trees. One of the things we have to watch out for when we have 15 bus locations is minimizing the walking distance or how far you have to go in sight lines for being able to see if your bus is there, from an indoor or sheltered location. So there's some design issues there that are pretty specific that we have to go into later. I do think that this is a huge opportunity for the city to build a LEED certified building and a site that is respectful toward the environment, and build a green roof or have solar or things like that. The two sites that I like the best are the Wood Motor Lot, which is number 9, and the Railroad Lot, which is number 4. I think both are higher uses than automobile parking on the surface. Speaking mostly about Wood Motor Lot, there's plenty of space there. There's a lot of places for the buses to circulate on side roads, so that's a nice thing. It could help revitalize a new area of town that maybe hasn't gotten much attention lately. But Farwell really is a problem, and I appreciate some of the questions about that. That we really do need to do some safety conversions on that road to reduce traffic lanes and make it easier to cross and travel on foot and bicycle. The Railroad Lot is actually starting to become my favorite, growing on me a bit, but I don't want to make a specific position because I think there's a lot to see. It's close to the confluence and Phoenix Park and the parking ramp and other places like the trail and the river, where people can get to and from it. So I basically think we have some good choices in front of us, and I appreciate you guys listening to this study, so thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bigger. I see no questions.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dorothy Westerman, 941 Violet Avenue, Eau Claire. And I just came to ask how important this transit station is to the growth and vitality of downtown Eau Claire. Does it really increase the population, the people that come downtown? I looked at the online report, and the things that are missing, it's not stating how many people ride the bus each day. It does not say how many riders there are during a year's time. It does not say what income is generated from the fares. It doesn't say how much it costs to operate the city transit system, and it doesn't say how much tax dollars we devote to subsidizing the bus system. And how can we know if this is an important avenue to pursue when we don't have answers to these questions? In the survey that was taken of riders, 234 people responded, but only 70% of those people said that they actually rode the bus within the last 5 years. That was a pretty inclusive time frame. So 70% of the 234 people is 164 actual bus riders that responded to the survey. Now in Eau Claire, we have a population of about over 65,000 people. The number of respondents is 2.52%, or 1/4 of 1% of the population of the city. Even if we double that number to include most of the riders on the bus, that would only give us 328 stakeholders. Is that the total number of people who are interested in a transit center downtown? And is our current transit system cost effective? Are there better options to a city, such as a contract with a van service like Abbey Vans or Tender Care or some other service, and have them provide publicly subsidized transportation? I like to think outside the box. Could this be a good time for the city to reassess the whole public transportation system and perhaps doing something that's more nimble, like a van service, and also more cost-effective? The survey said that 43% of the riders ride the bus to work, and 15% of the respondents said they ride the bus to school. Those two numbers add up to 58% of the total riders, which is more than half. So we have other services that could serve those people, like taxi services. There are 7 listed in our phone book, and the van companies that I mentioned to you. And surely, I think if we put out submission for bids, we would find vendors who would be willing to provide this kind of transportation much more cost effectively than the huge buses that we currently employ and are seen most often in the neighborhoods with only 1 to 6 passengers on board. Huge cities do justify buses, but Eau Claire is a very small city, and I think competitive bids here to reduce the cost per person per mile would be very cost effective. When we lived in suburban Minneapolis, I rode the commuter bus to downtown to work. And most suburbs had just commuter buses in the morning and evening, and this was a cost savings over running them all day long. Those buses were full, not half empty like our local buses. Now, the university, to me, seems like they have the most ridership, but perhaps UWEC could use circuit buses that I used to ride when I went to the University of Minnesota in Minneapolis. They just made a circuit constantly, St. Paul, Minneapolis, East Bank, West Bank. And the fare was included in tuition, so it was free to the students. They hop on, hop off. It was very, very effective. And from what I see, most of our students like to go to, our UW-Eau Claire students that is, go to the Oakwood Mall. So that would be a good run University campus to Oakwood. Now, perhaps renovating the current site for the transit station would be the best option because it would probably be the most cost-effective. And if we had smaller vehicles, taxis and vans, rather than the huge buses, it would be large enough to accommodate all of the public transportation needs we have, plus, like the other fellow was mentioning, occasional Blackhawk buses or buses to casinos that might come to town. And I think with smaller vans, they'd run more frequently, there'd be shorter wait times for a ride, and we wouldn't need all these expensive amenities like Wi-Fi, cell phone charging, electronic signs, bike rentals that would be costly to install, operate, and maintain. So keep in mind, a service to only 5% of the population paid for by 100% of the population is just not fair. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Westerman.
Can I hand out copies here?
Anyone else? Anyone else to speak on this issue?
Patrick Tony, 1703 Delray Court. I don't think I've ever gotten in front of you guys. I've been here for other things and listened, but I just felt the appeal to get up. Myself, my wife and I have a decent income, but my boys use the bus service to go to the YMCA from the north side of Eau Claire all the time until my one son became old enough to drive. So it was a neat thing for our family to be able to get them into the area to use that. On the swing of that, my sister has 5 kids. They're older now, but, and I don't mean to get caught up, but when they were younger, the only way that they got to doctor's appointments, to different things at the city, because they had a very bad relationship with their father, was the bus service. We tried to give them rides when we could, but working families can't always do that. So I know it may be a small percentage. I know those numbers are out there if you know where to look for them, but to my sister, it was invaluable having 5 children in the Eau Claire area. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tooney.
Hi, Carrie Ronander, 1021 East Grand Avenue. I am also the director of the Chippewa Valley Museum. And the Chippewa Valley Museum owns the Schlegelmilk House. Schlegelmilk House on the corner of the Wood Motor Lot. Schlegelmilk. So now that's established. So we have the house in the corner of that lot, and there are many good reasons for the transit center to potentially be at that lot. I tried to read the study in about a half hour, and I have realized that you cannot really digest the study in a half hour. So the other four sites have a lot of merit. I think the ones on North Barstow are good for that side of downtown, but I also think the Wood Motor Lot, that area of town, that side of downtown, tends to be the kind of ugly stepsister, so to speak. Where the house sits, that lot is ugly, and this house is so lonely. So I think there would be a good argument to be made to add something to that side of downtown. I also think the house itself could potentially be something that we could partner with the city and do something at the house. It doesn't have to be just a historic house museum. It could be something else. There's a lot of potential down there. And as an aside, I have a 7th grade daughter who takes the bus to DeLong, and she goes down to the transfer center every morning when she's on time. Otherwise, I take her to school. And she's one of quite a few students who go to DeLong on the city bus. So I get to see quite a few of the ridership that is there in the morning. I don't see them in the afternoon, but I know that those kids follow the same route back. So it's a good place, but it needs to be replaced. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Ronander. I see no questions, but thank you. Schlegelmilk.
Good evening.
Evening.
It's nice to be back here. My name is Jackie Pavelski, and I live at 1715 Meadow Lane. And I currently serve on the Transit Commission, so maybe I have another unique perspective to add here, and I hope I will address some of the questions that you have asked about the transit service. I first want to applaud the comprehensiveness of this study. I must say I'm extremely impressed. Getting down to 9 sites was a job in itself, and certainly down to 4. By mentioning the strengths and weaknesses, the cost, taking in consideration all the various studies too, which I really applaud. The comprehensive plan, as we all know, that is the framework from which you actually operate. So that's important to me. In the public hearings that I went to, it was really sort of strange to me and surprising and yet important that there were no comments about the high cost. And I know your question addressed that, but I was surprised with that because it probably has a tendency, anytime you do the bids or the RFPs, usually the cost will be the number one item that you're looking at. And yet that graph, I love that graph with the circles. Okay, that's a real helpful tool. But there wasn't. And I also will want to know, what the next steps are, because I heard a little bit about the environmental studies tonight, which is important as well. I also want to say that I am really thinking that one of the main goals here was to replace a 1984 temporary facility that no longer meets those needs. I want to tell you also that, given the comment about the university, yes, we provide service to the university because we contract for those services. And those students on number 9 get to ride the bus because it's included in their fees. And that's a real plus. Now, I want to say there's going to be a lot of growth when I look at transit services. I don't look at, the bus sizes, maybe some people do in terms of empty, full. But we, every month, will look at the ridership numbers, and we've been sort of happy. There are those down times, whether it has to do with the weather or whatever. It's more like that than anything. But when I look at the growth of transit and public transportation, it can only go up at this point in time. And I want to mention, too, I've been to so many transportation workshops or informational public hearings or what have you, and I see everybody's kind of thinking along the same lines. We have a group, especially that university crowd, the millennials as they've been defined, who really, really, really want transportation, public transportation that is, and they want additional transit services because they want to use those smartphones and computers and all the other good stuff, or use that time productively for sure. And so does those workforce people. They want to use their time. It's valuable. Time is money. So that is how they like to do that. And I can only see the growth in this field. And whether you look at growth being the expansion of that district, if you will, could be. But it also could be in terms of need, and it also could be in terms of services needed. That's the big item for us to contemplate. And when I think of one of the most important factors as you look at these site selections is that there's room for growth. That I will say that I really anticipate and expect. I've been working on transportation for at least 16 years in quite a few capacities, not only in transit, but certainly rail. So I bring that with me as well. And when I think about rail, I think of when you think about a multi-use facilities who can use connector routes no matter where that's defined as. Doesn't have to be at where the railroad station was. It could be outside of that, but you'll be looking at those services in the very near future as well. So I think one of the other overall goals is that not only to meet the transit and transportation needs of our community, but I see, that not just being the priority of low-income folks either. I see that as the future for millennials and young folks and workforce and all of those issues as they look at it from an environmental perspective. They look at sustainability. And one of the key factors for sustainability is to provide those services. I think there will be growth. When I look at, I just went to a recent thing where Altoona defined their plan. We all know when we see that too. We currently contract for services in Altoona, which is really a big deal. But we also have a future of looking at transit more regionally as well. We can look at Chippewa. We had that little experience with Menominee, recognizing there is a need here to actually look a little outside of the box. Have we been ready for it? No. The transfer center is really a hang-up when you've got buses defined bigger and made for 8 when we need 15. You need that 27,000 square feet, for the bus. I see my lights blinking, so I gotta kind of wind it up. I know how that goes too. But
thank you, Ms. Pavelski. Do you have a closing statement? Or?
No, something. I just think it's so important to be a visionary more and trusting in this process, because as I look at transportation being such a critical issue to growth, for increasing and growing our infrastructure, if you will, for increasing demographics in many ways, and certainly economic development, okay? Transportation, transit plays a role, and I hope you will consider that in your dealings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I see none, but thank you. Anyone else here to speak on this site? The City Council does have an action item tomorrow afternoon. The action item involves releasing RFPs for further study of some defined sites. And if we make that decision, we may or we may not make that decision. You never know. So Thank you for all your input tonight. The chair will then close item 2, bring our attention to item 3 on our agenda, which is a public discussion also of a proposed memorandum of understanding between the city and the Rotary Club of Eau Claire and Downtown Eau Claire, Inc., or DECI, for the installation and operation of decorative lighting on the Phoenix Park Bridge. Mr. Feber.
Good evening. Before you this evening and tomorrow evening, I have a proposal from DECI and the Rotary Club and a number of other groups within the city of Eau Claire to light the bridge, the pedestrian bridge that is part of the State Bike Trail in Phoenix Park. Now, the proposal is modeled after this example here in Louisville, and I'm not sure I said that correctly. Okay, Louisville. The proposal is actually quite awesome to light the exterior of the bridge, and the proposal before you includes the options to change the colors on it. So there is the main option to light the bridge with white lighting, but to also install LED lights that could be changed, could have different colors, so you could have performance lighting, you could have special events, you could have the bridge reflect blue gold colors during homecoming week, or Eau Claire Memorial colors during a special event, or red, white, and blue during the 4th of July. There are a number of options, and as you can see with this bridge in Kentucky, that it's quite spectacular. There are also a couple of renderings here. These are a little more clear than what was in your packet. But basically, there would be between 300 and 500 fixtures attached to the bridge to provide this kind of lighting. This is basically what the bridge at Phoenix Park would look like. It would not impede people using the bridge. You'd still be able to bike, to walk. It's not something that would not be usable when it was lit up or there was a show going on, a light show of some kind. So I think it's really important to realize that users are not impacted negatively in any way by this lighting of the bridge. Now, there, as I mentioned in your proposal, in your packet is the actual proposal. There are approximately 300 to 500 light fixtures that would be attached. They're all LED. They're all attached to show against the structure itself, and this allows to maintain a dark sky lighting effect, which is very important to Eau Claire. The proposal would pertain to, would obey all city ordinances for signs. There would be limitations on how frequently the lights could strobe, but that would be another option to be able to program. The fixtures would be LED. They would be proposed to be paid. The light bill would be paid by the Rotary Club. That would be part of their obligation. Programming for the facility would go through the Parks and Recreation Department. It would be able to be controlled through a fiber optic connection, which we have in the park. The entire project would be funded by the Rotary Club, and then they would also pay that utility bill and also pay for any replacement light fixtures, any vandalism that takes place with the fixtures. One of the things that our department was very concerned with is we wanted to make sure that all the fixtures were attached in a way that would not impact the railings or the deck of the bridge, so that when it came time to change those things out in 25 or 30 years, that you would not have to take light fixtures off, that they would be independent of these costs, which is one of the major costs with bridges in Eau Claire. There are a number of participants in the project who can answer any technical questions about the project. The project was reviewed by the Waterways and Parks Commission at their last meeting and was unanimously recommended for approval. So tomorrow night there is an actual agreement that would call for the Rotary Club and the the group that's involved in the project with, they'd raise the money and have those funds on hand with the Community Parks Association prior to the project beginning construction. So with that, there's also included in your packet, that was not in the Waterways packet, are letters of support from the neighborhood and from other groups, including the Randall Park neighborhood and the bids, and those are included in your packet here. Are there any questions for myself? Otherwise, I'm sure the applicants would love to have a kick at the cat too.
Councilmember Von Hayden.
Yeah, just quickly, Phil, appreciate your presentation, and the key issue with the waterways, of course, was that it's downlighting and there would be no pollution going out, and that during the week it would only be the light colors or the white lights, and only the colored ones and others would be operative more on the weekends or special events. But the question I have is, just looking at the document from who's signing what, I was under the impression that UWEC would also be quite involved in this, their department and students. Why aren't they a party to the document?
And I don't know the answer to that. They were going to assist with some of the programming, so that there was a special light programming. They could suggest that, but it's still the city that would approve any program that's suggested by a technical team.
Okay.
So if there's a certain light sequence, they could write that, they could present it to Parks and Rec and the city would have the right to say, yes, that's an acceptable pattern, we'll allow that to go on. But I still think that the Rotary Club would be the main group that we'd want to deal with in terms of the cost of the fixtures, getting reimbursed for the lighting costs.
Okay.
So they are technically involved.
Right. Well, I just wanted to make sure that they were having the opportunity, because Waterways and Parks felt it was very great that UW was involved in it, and it was a great teaching thing for their students.
Absolutely.
And professors.
Yes, that would give them the opportunity, as we heard at Waterways, would give many students the opportunity to put to firsthand use some practical lighting designs that they learn in the classroom, and they'd actually be able to implement some of those changes in the real world right here in Eau Claire, rather than theoretically seeing how they might be implemented in a real setting. And I'm sure Jason can talk more about that too.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Faber.
Okay.
I would invite the group who are obviously ready for a presentation too. You're on. However you work it out.
Well, thank you. Yes, we are a group of three. It's a neat collaboration. I'm Selena Heller from downtown Eau Claire Incorporated here at 203 South Farwell. We started this, we kind of spearheaded this project probably about a year and a half ago. And then more recently, in the last several months, we brought on the Eau Claire Noon Rotary Club, and they're the major fundraising arm of this project. And so the money, we don't want to say it's coming from the Rotary, but we need to fundraise that money. So Pat Toney is here as a representative of the Rotary, and then we also have other group members from the Rotary as well. We have Jason Anderson here with us from the UW Eau Claire, and he is integral in designing this project along with his students, and they have been along with us for the last several months in putting a great deal of thought and detail into this project. And without all of us working together, we couldn't have kind of come up with this idea in this kind of I would say a fairly quickly manner. Sometimes things take years, so we're pretty excited that we were able to develop this in the great detail that we have. And we have put a lot of thought into all of this and anticipate any questions or concerns that anybody might have as far as the lighting and light pollution, things like that. So all of those things are laid out and addressed, and Jason can address any questions you may have have on that as well. As Phil said, one of the things that we're not asking for money, that the Rotary and Downtown Eau Claire Incorporated are contributing to this project in terms of having a fund available to have maintenance issues addressed, as well as electricity. So we'll both collaborate on having money set aside and ready for that when the time comes. We have also, as Phil said, a lot of letters of support from Visit Eau Claire, the North Barstow Bid, the Phoenix Park Merchants Association, the South Barstow Bid, what else? The West Grand Avenue Bid, the North Riverfronts Neighborhood, and the Historic Randall Park Neighborhood. And then we also asked residents of the buildings, the apartment buildings around the Phoenix Park area, and the managers sent out questions to the tenants, and then the answers that we got from them were positive. We didn't get a whole lot of responses from the tenants, but they were all positive. They're pretty excited, the ones that we did here. Would like to show you just right off the bat. Let's see. This picture right here is what it could possibly look like in a default setting overnight. So it actually just enhances the structure with a natural lighting. And once this kind of was out in the first place a few weeks ago, we had a lot of questions or people saying they were excited just because maybe they would feel safer if they were in the area in the evening. And so just having these lights on, this was what we would provide as a default setting overnight in the natural state as it is. So we have lots of pictures to show, but I will turn it over to Pat Toney from the Eau Claire Noon Rotary.
Well, and I want to thank you all for having us on your agenda. I think it's been a great collaboration. Councilman Von Hayden asked about the university and why they're not part of the contract. Of course, that's a state organization or state agency, so I think it would be a pretty complicated contract. But with that said, also, they are not going to be financially responsible, so I think that was kind of covered. We have 270 Rotarians in the Chippewa Valley, 90 Rotarians in the high school between Altoona and Regis right now, so there's quite a few Rotarians in the Chippewa Valley. We see this as a chance to give back to the valley. Our projects right now, we're putting water in 900 homes in Cochabamba, Bolivia with the Chippewa Falls Club. We do stuff all over the world, build schools, provide water. We're mostly known for eradicating polio worldwide. This is a project we look for a signature event for ourselves here in the community to let people know what Rotary is and what we do, but what a wonderful way to give back to our community, and thank goodness we have these organizations and these people that are willing to work with us. So I know most of the questions are going to be design because the agreement is from your city office, so I'm going to kind of turn it over to Jason so he can talk about design, but we'll still be here for questions, obviously. So.
Hello, council members. I'm Jason Anderson. I'm the Assistant Director of Conferences and Event Production on campus. I know I've seen some of you around, and we're up, which is awesome. Okay, so as you look at the Big Four Bridge in Louisville, Kentucky, which drew in 2.5 million visitors after the first 2 years it was open and was lit, I joined the project in November, and this was already the sample bridge, and there was a thought that it was lit with tube lighting sort of attached to the exterior of the bridge, and it's really not. It's this exact fixture which we've decided to place on your bridge as well, and it's reflected light. So it's focused down the horizontal beams and along the vertical beams of the bridge. And so as I move down here sort of to some renderings so you can sort of get a better sense. This gives a sense of what it looks like in Louisville in a natural state where they're lighting the horizontals in red and the verticals in blue. And then we've sort of spec'd what the actual fixtures are. So it's a color burst 6, which is exactly this. They have a 25,000 life hours, so they're going to last for a very long time for you. About 20 years is what their expectancy is going to be in the use that we're looking at applying to them. And we've got 304 of them lighting the main bridge structure, and then 12 wider fixtures lighting the individual piers so that they're separated from the water itself. And you can see sort of along the bottom of the rendering board to your my left, your right, the sort of different renderings of what the bridge can actually look like. So we fully have rendered the bottom 3 shots. The right side would be its natural, what I would call the warm white look. So that's its architectural, just lit with warm white light. The center is actually a blue and gold homecoming scheme, and I apologize for showing the blue and gold colors. And the left side would actually be a Seahawks version, and that has nothing to do. They just chose Seahawks instead of the Packers. But I was giving examples of how could we reflect sort of specific signature moments throughout the year. Questions? I suppose I could speak to sort of what the campus brings to this proposal, as Van Hayden was sort of asking, and it's that the students don't get exposure to architectural lighting very readily. They would need to travel to Chicago or Minneapolis to have that, and it usually would be at the graduate level. Our ability to allow our students access to program that and then share those programs with the city for city approval is really important to us, because it keeps our students centered here, and it allows us to showcase what the campus can do in the community, which is really the campus's new focus, and I want to be a part of that. The students want to be a part of that, and since the city controls the actual access computer, the reason we're not in the agreement is because we really, other than the software programming that we provide and the design consulting up front, that's what we're bringing to the table. You're welcome.
I'll see if we have some questions. We're overwhelmed a little bit. Councilmember Strobel has a question.
Thank you. I think from a city perspective, I would think this would be a great project. We really don't have too much skin in the game other than it's our bridge. But I guess from the Rotary's perspective, and maybe from a public expectation standpoint, have you bid out this project yet? Do you know how much it costs? And then where are you at the fundraising? When can we expect something to happen? Those types of questions I don't think we've really got a good grip on yet.
Did you have a second part to that, or is that kind of...
I might
follow that. Okay. I just saw a lot of highlights. I wanted to make sure I let you speak before I spoke. So the first question is, where are we at, or one of the questions is where are we at the fundraising. Right now we have $40,000 in hand, another, I believe, $20,000 that's promised. We have some of our people here that are involved in the fundraising are going to be doing the asking, so we may be able to have some of them come up here. As far as being bid at this point, we've worked with B&B Electric and Prism. Bill is here from Prism. He's one of the people who put it on blueprints for you to give final approval, and we have Jason here. So one of the things that Jason brought to the table is the Phillips Lighting Company, and I believe one of the vice presidents of Phillips is going to be coming this summer. They do bridges all over the area. The reason that we worked with B&B for consulting is because we know they're involved in projects all over the city. We knew we had to bring somebody to the table that could provide what the city's going to expect as far as a contractor. Bill also from Prism, Bill Hulgrim, has worked a lot on city projects, so we wanted to get somebody who's done city, county, university work and has that. As far as bidding on parts of it, that's yet to be determined, and we're going to have meetings on that. The problem we have is we kind of have that cart and the horse thing, and we got to keep switching them all the time. So once we get city approval, we're going to be able to start really locking down numbers. There's some things we could go through for council for hours talking about possible different lighting fixtures that Phillips is going to bring to the table, which could bring the price down. The one thing I do want to mention about price is you heard $50,000 to $100,000 originally. I know it's been in the press that it's gone up to $250,000, $300,000. We're trying to right now stay at that high end because we don't want to promise sponsors something and then come in way over what we're promising. The $50,000 to $100,000 was more of the floodlight aspect, because when we got a hold of the first companies, the idea was just turn a whole bunch of floodlights on and the bridge will look pretty. And that's really what they do in the cities, which works okay for those bridges because they're not in a public area. They're, bridges on the interstate that you can see from a distance, but you're not right around them. Ours is a very intimate setting, and we wanted to make sure that we kept the lighting to reflect that. So that's why it's gotten up, because we're going to be shining, and Jason could probably address that, directly onto the structures with filters and lenses over the top of them, so they're not just flooding everywhere, but they're very exact. So I'm not sure what parts will get bid. That's kind of be to determine. One thing is we are a separate organization, so we don't have to do a formal RFP, but that's something we're going to be looking at, especially not listening to any ideas. I mean, we're definitely going to be open to listening to ideas and other companies. So.
Excuse me. As far as a timeline goes, if we do get approval, our timeline will be fundraising. We kind of are handing things off as we go, like, okay, now it's your turn. So we hand it off to the Rotary, and for the next 3 months they'll be fundraising. If we have that money in hand, we will be ordering the product, and then there will be installation after Labor Day, and then we will hopefully have it all ready for when we light the lights in Phoenix Park, Let It Glow, which is the first Saturday in December. And last year, if any of you were there, we had 2,000 to 3,000 people in Phoenix Park for our second Let It Glow, the lighting of the trees in Phoenix Park, and it was incredible. It was absolutely amazing to see the turnout of people there. So it just goes to show that it's these quality of life type of things, activities that people are really wanting, and they are so desiring here in Eau Claire. To see that many people show up to the park just to flip a switch of lights in the park was amazing. And so we're going to couple the bridge, hopefully, with Let It Glow in December. And they will be lit, yes, all year round.
Other questions? Councilmember Beat.
I'm really excited about this project. I think it's pretty clear that it'll add to our culture that we have in Eau Claire. I'm really interested in the more logistical details. How are the lights going to be powered? Who is going to be in charge of operating them? It sounds like the software will be done by the university, but day to day, what will it look like?
So day to day, it will be in its neutral state, as you see there. That's the warm white look, and then we have the ability for every half hour during the nighttime for up to 5 minutes to make it colored. But that's at the discretion of the city if that's actually turned on and when it is. And so part of the conversation has been, will that just be Thursdays? Will it be Fridays? Will it only be for special events? And for it to do more than 5 minutes of activity requires a special event request currently in the agreement of understanding. Logistically, it's powered by high voltage, 270 volts ran underneath the bridge, and it runs on 3 circuits total. So 3 20-amp circuits of 270 volts powers the entire bridge, one for each section. And then there's a controller box that's strapped underneath the bridge in which the city's computer lives that physically feeds all of the data to it, and that fiber runs back to RCU, and then from there into the World Wide Web. Does that answer the logistics? Okay.
And actually, so in the agreement, it's laid out that from 4:30 to 10:30, every half hour, we can have performance lighting for up to 5 minutes. And then in between those times, we can actually have slowly transitioning colors or something like that.
Okay. It looks great. Looks great. December. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Are there other members of the public who came to speak about the Phoenix Park Bridge lighting? Hi.
Hi, I'm Charlie Grossgloss. I live at 5055 North Shore Drive, Eau Claire, and it's nice to be back in front of you all. Rotary approached me a month or so ago and asked me if I would be interested in supporting this project. And I had indicated to him that we talked about this 10 years ago, but as you all know, 10 years ago we had a few things on our agenda, and more important things at that time. I really support this project. I think it's going to be the gateway to Eau Claire. As I drove over the bridge, Madison Street Bridge the other day, and looked back at that area, the Confluence Project, I was so proud of what we as a community have done for this community. We put it on the map. People around the country are looking at us as leaders. I think this is the icing on the cake. We look back 5 years ago, we saw people coming 80 to 100 miles into Eau Claire on a regular basis. I think this bridge will attract people 300 to 500 miles into this community. So I urge you to support this project. I thank all the people that have been involved in it, and I'm certainly going to be there supporting it, both helping them raise the funds and personally giving money to the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grossgloss.
You're welcome.
Okay. It's a great time to be working in Eau Claire. It's a great time working for her. Anyone else? Thank you. We'll close item 3, bring our attention to what could be a more serious discussion, but and equally important. which is a public discussion of a proposed ordinance creating Chapter 5.57 entitled Escort Service License of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Eau Claire. Chief Staniszeski.
Good evening, President Kincaid and other council members. Unfortunately, yeah, I do have to change the light a little bit from such a positive project that was introduced to something that is a little more serious, obviously. Jerry Staniszeski, Chief of Police for the City of Eau Claire. Before you is a proposal for a new ordinance creating Chapter 5.57 entitled Escort Service License. Included in your packet is a copy of the ordinance plus a memo that I drafted to City Manager Dale Peters, which talks about the purpose of the ordinance, why the police department and the city attorney's office has brought this forward, and then some philosophical views from the operational standpoint, which are not traditionally included in the language within the ordinance. So I thought it was important to include that memo. And just to summarize that a little bit, we know that there is a nexus between unregulated escort services and prostitution. Through investigations and interviews of customers and prostitutes, we know that escort services is actually a disguise for prostitution. In fact, there's no known legitimate escort services in Wisconsin that we know of right now. Investigation has also revealed that we have a problem with prostitution in Eau Claire at local hotels and motels. In fact, in 2015, we discovered over 2,082 ads for escort services in Eau Claire on the internet for the area of Eau Claire. 504 different prostitutes were responsible for those ads. Obviously, we don't want prostitution to become commonplace in Eau Claire. It affects our quality of life, and the fact is it's illegal in Wisconsin. It creates crime and disorder at our hotels. It adds to our drug problem and also health and safety concerns. And in the worst case scenario, it's part of the human trafficking problem that we have, and we've had a few instances in Eau Claire. Unfortunately, our current crime prevention strategies are not working. We have a low success rate. Of those 2,082 ads, we only made 20 arrests for transactions associated with that, so very low success rate. And really, the challenges we face are the high burden of proof associated with those crimes. And there's several crimes associated with prostitution, including pandering and then also human trafficking. Each one of those crimes have a high burden of proof, and we have to investigate those crimes separately. That creates staffing issues for us because each crime requires different techniques, different personnel, different technology, and just a different way of investigating those three separate crimes. So we have to sometimes prioritize which one we want to enforce. We don't have the staffing to deal with those on a daily basis, so we really have to make a different effort or an extra effort through our detective division and overtime to actually address any of those issues. The proposed ordinance is another tool for us to use to develop new crime prevention strategies. It is not the solution. It's just part of developing solutions for the strategies. The memo outlined some operational advantages for the crime prevention strategies, and I just want to summarize some of the advantages for a local ordinance. It allows local control and discretion on enforcement and diversion programs. Right now, we don't have that. These are state violations that are controlled through the district attorney's office and through the state of Wisconsin. Right now, they don't have diversion programs for these activities. We can do that with local control. The ordinance we're proposing is a model ordinance that's been adopted by several cities throughout the state, but we've improved the one that we're proposing today. This ordinance that we're proposing today allows us to investigate all three individuals that are involved in prostitution with one investigation. So the customer, the prostitute, and the handler or the human trafficker, where at the state level we have to do independent investigations to meet those burdens of proof. This ordinance allows us to address all three at the same time. So it's a lot easier for us to investigate. Time and resources, then also the burden of proof is a lot lower. The one thing I like the most about this ordinance, though, is that we can intervene before an actual crime is committed. That means that when a person is addressed through our ordinance, they don't have a criminal history that follows them for the rest of their life. And a lot of time that adds a stigma to their success in the future, that they have this hanging over their head. With the ordinance, it doesn't travel with them like a criminal history, and they have a chance to make different decisions in life and try to improve their life in the future. Now, this proposed ordinance regulates legitimate escort services to ensure that it's not used as a disguise for prostitution. It doesn't mean that we're going to have people starting escort service businesses. In fact, even though all the cities that have adopted them have an ordinance, there has actually been no legitimate license applied for and obtained. But if, in fact, someone wants to start an escort service, there are regulations and limitations in place to make sure that it doesn't turn into prostitution. Right now, it's unregulated, and that is the purpose for escort services. So overall, with the ordinance, our goal is to reduce and deter prostitution. It's to rescue victims of human trafficking and give us a better chance at doing that. It's also an opportunity to educate customers of prostitution to realize that this is actually a crime of violence against women, that it is victimizing women, and that is not a victimless crime. And ultimately, we want to hold human traffickers accountable at the criminal level. So this ordinance allows us to create a conversation and create an obligation for people that are involved in that particular criminal activity and to further that criminal investigation and make sure they're held accountable at the state level. Now, we have been working on this ordinance for over a year. We've talked with a lot of stakeholders. So other than the Eau Claire Police Department and the City Attorney's Office, we have met with the Eau Claire County District Attorney's Office, the Eau Claire County Victim Witness Services, the Bolton Refuge House, the Eau Claire County City and County Health Department, the Fierce Freedom members and Executive Board, and obviously several City Council members that are sitting here today. They've had an opportunity to seek to provide input and to help us develop this ordinance from the very beginning. And so this is the first step at developing new strategies so that we can address this problem with prostitution. I can answer questions about the intent of the ordinance. Assistant City Attorney Doug Hofer is here to answer questions about the ordinance and the language if needed. I don't think he has any comments prepared, but if there are questions, we can answer that as well. That's all I have.
Thank you, Chief. We'll see if there are questions. Indeed, Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for your work on this, and I want to say that the letter you wrote was excellent for describing the issue and all of the pieces to this problem. I appreciate that a lot. I do have a specific question about the ordinance, which is 5.57020. It's on page 105. It's called exemptions, and I'm just curious about, can you give me an example of what that means?
Sure. There are businesses that are licensed by the state, such as massage businesses, which may provide services that may implicate some of the language in this ordinance. What we're doing is making clear that businesses that do have a license, such as a massage business, such as other businesses which may have escort-related activities incidental to their primary business, are exempted.
Thank you. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, Madam President. This question is for the Chief. Can you share a little bit more about the vision that you and your colleagues have regarding victim services and the upcoming diversion program?
Right. It's hard to include all that information in the language of the ordinance, so I appreciate that opportunity. First and foremost, we know that we need to treat prostitutes and the people involved in those escort services as victims first. There's a lot of physical and mental control placed on them by other people. There's drug addiction, and so choices that are made at that time are very difficult. And so we have to provide a safe environment for them to be able to seek out those services in the sense that they need to make better decisions and to give them opportunities on how they can escape from that lifestyle. So that is the primary goal of this ordinance for us. Now, if we don't have an ordinance, we really are at the mercy of making an arrest before we can actually provide any of those services. This allows us to intervene and gives us an opportunity to provide those services before it becomes a criminal act, which then follows them for the rest of their life and really kind of damages their ability to succeed in the future with that reputation.
Thank you for the increased information.
Yeah.
And I see no further questions, Chief.
Okay.
I guess one's coming. Councilmember Wolfman.
Thank you, and thank you for all your work over the last year on this. Is one of the things mentioned here is that this is considered a best practice in terms of addressing, and enabling law enforcement to handle this. And I wanted to hear kind of a little bit more of your feelings about how it's been working in other cities, and sort of describe for the council what you expect once this is in place and what we can expect in terms of success.
Sure. I think the biggest advantage that I alluded to before is that we're able to intervene before it becomes a criminal act. So that gives us a lot of discretion and opportunity to evaluate the individuals that are involved in these violations. So we can determine their motives, if they're willing participants, if they've been involved in this in a long time, if this is something that's a habit for them. And so we can make decisions on what's the best course of action to deter this behavior in the future. So if it's someone that maybe is a human trafficker, we know that diversion program is probably not appropriate. And so we can pursue a criminal investigation with the assistance of this ordinance, because now we're allowed to obligate a conversation with that individual to further that investigation. That has been the biggest challenge with the state crimes, is that we really have to prove a lot before we can even start that conversation and make an evaluation of their particular involvement in it. So as best practice, I think the best practice means that we have local control over that, and we can develop those strategies and be more effective in how we deal with these. And so right now, we have to call in the detective division, make a big plan. It takes hours of planning. It takes a lot of technology and people. Now we can address this at the local level with officers that are on the street in the local neighborhoods that have control and knowledge of their hotels that they have oversight of. So it's a matter of looking online to find escort services, making a phone call, and then starting the investigation from there. So it's, from a best practice standpoint, it's the most economical, it's the most efficient, and it gives us the most discretion in dealing with these.
So can I follow up? So you're saying that in other cities where they've enacted these sorts of ordinances, that there are incidents of prostitution, or here you mentioned over 2,000 escort service ads posted, that they're seeing actual real numbers difference by doing this sort of ordinance. You're saying that that's the case in these cities?
Typically, police departments use the number of ads as a gauge for their success, because when you, to make arrests right now, it's a proactive activity. So the more you're involved in investigating it, the more your arrests go up. So that's not a really true gauge of your success.
Sure.
So what we do is monitor the ads, and that gauges our success on deterring that behavior. Now remember, this ordinance that we're introducing here is different from others. We used a model, but we included language which allows us to deal with all three individuals. So whether they're a customer, part of the escort, or developing ads or driving people, we can deal with all individuals at the same time. And that's unique to Eau Claire in this ordinance. So we're hoping that really does add to this success for us.
Thanks.
Councilmember Tebow.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Chief. Very excellent. I do have a question. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Can you explain the logistics of how this empowers the police? I'm a little caught up just on the semantics. Since no one's taking out the escort license or service, and this ordinance governs those companies with services, can you just explain the practicality of how this helps?
Sure. If when someone posts an ad online, we can make contact with them to see if they're registered as a license holder. So that is the violation that we're pursuing. And that enables us to further that investigation and to set up a meet and then start that conversation right away at that first level before that actual state violation has occurred.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Lewis?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, one more specific about the diversion program and one about measures of success that you've already talked about a little bit. In a diversion program, well, let me ask it this way. Could an example of a diversion program be you identified someone who is involved in prostitution or maybe even human trafficking as a victim, and so can a diversion program include referring that person to some kind of counseling or treatment for whatever it is that's causing them to be trapped in this predicament?
Well, I think we can set up a diversion program that is exactly that. We really have a lot of discretion in what that program is, and we will, obviously seek out best practices and other models of success and what we want to offer as that diversion program. We haven't developed the program specifically yet. We were waiting to obviously have an adoption of the ordinance so that we can pursue the diversion program. Right now, at the state level, we don't have any control over it. We do have control in developing our diversion programs now, but I think the education is the key. I think that we have to take that demand away from Eau Claire, and part of that is educating people about what this does to our community and what it does to victimizing people that are involved in this.
All right. So if I can follow up with one. Now I want to move on to measurements of success, because if we create an environment where we can identify people who are in this situation and then refer them to some kind of counseling or treatment or whatever else might be included in the diversion program, isn't that in itself a measure of a success, that this individual has been identified and has an opportunity to get themselves out of the situation? I mean, ads can be replaced. If one person's ad comes off, another person's ad might come on. It just doesn't seem to me to be a real true measure of success unless you're counting the lives that have been changed because of the intervention.
I agree, and I think that we have to monitor that and adjust the diversion programs where we see the most success. And so, when I mentioned that we count the ads as a measure of success, obviously that's not the only one, but that does give us a kind of a gauge and a measure of where we are at from, I guess, a statewide perspective. But obviously our success comes with removing people from this lifestyle, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I see no further questions. Ms. Emerson?
Good evening, council members. I'm Jody Emerson. I'm with Fierce Freedom. My address is 519 Chauncey Street in Eau Claire. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding the proposed escort license ordinance. My position with Fierce Freedom is I'm the Director of Public Policy and Community Relations. As many of you guys know, Fierce Freedom is a very small nonprofit based right here in the Chippewa Valley that raises awareness and educates the public about human trafficking happening right here in our community. I know that I've talked to many of you about this proposed ordinance and our hesitation regarding it and seeing something like this enacted. But since this ordinance was introduced a couple months ago, we've had very productive conversations with the police, with the city attorney's office, and with the city manager. My initial hesitation was, as this ordinance was written, it appeared to be very punitive towards the victims of human trafficking. Or prostitution. 90% of the time, prostitutes are actually the victims of human trafficking. Our goal at Fierce Freedom is to abolish human trafficking, not to make those who are victims pay even further for the being a victim. I've worked down in Madison for several years to strengthen the laws in Wisconsin, to give law enforcement the tools that they need, to put those who are willing to sell others in prison, to hold those accountable who are willing to buy people for their own personal pleasure, accountable for their actions. We're making progress, but we're not quite there yet. After several conversations with Eau Claire Police Department, I realized that this ordinance is their attempt to fill the gaps that we haven't been able to address down in Madison yet. I understand that they have some of the same goals in mind that Fierce Freedom does, to get the traffickers off the street and to get the victims the help that they need. That sentence is so simple, but the work behind it is so difficult. And that's where I struggle with this ordinance. In order to get a victim of trafficking away from their trafficker, we need to provide services. And Wisconsin as a whole, and specifically Western Wisconsin, is severely lacking in those services, specifically aimed at human trafficking victims. There's only one facility in the entire state of Wisconsin that accepts children. That's in the southeastern part, and they only accept girls. They've got 5 beds at this point. There are no facilities in Wisconsin that accept boys. And you might think that children would certainly have a place under Department of Children and Families, but until just a couple of weeks ago, non-caregiver child sexual exploitation was not considered abuse, and therefore the Department of Children and Families could not address it at all. We did get a law passed, but it's not going to be actually enacted until the end of May of next year. So we've got a full year before DCF would be able to step in and help those kids. So what about adults? What services are available to them? Menominee has a facility that is willing to accept human trafficking victims, but it also services domestic violence victims, and they are always full. Anytime we've called, they have not had an open bed to be able to accept a human trafficking victim. The closest facility that will accept victims is in Wausau. So in an ideal world, we'd be able to use this ordinance to get victims away from their traffickers and into services without having criminal charges that a victim would need to deal with for the rest of their life. But as you're all aware of, we don't live in an ideal world. Change is not easy, nor is it fast. But change is what we need if we as a community are going to fight trafficking and the crimes associated with it. Eau Claire is very fortunate to have a very dedicated police force who's willing to focus in on trafficking and not look at it as prostitution, but look at it as victims of trafficking. And Eau Claire is very fortunate to have Fierce Freedom headquartered right here. We really are one of the leaders in the state when it comes to fighting trafficking. It's a good start, but we can't do it alone. We need a comprehensive coalition of people and agencies who are willing to work together to stop what is the fastest growing crime on the planet. As a community, we need to train our hotels and motels to look for the signs to identify victims of trafficking and the traffickers. We need to make sure that our police have specific training so they can tell the difference between prostitution and trafficking. We need shelters that are willing to accept victims of trafficking. But most of all, we need to make sure that this ordinance isn't the end of the line, but the beginning of a bigger conversation that we as a community need to have. Council members, I urge you guys all to do what you can to make sure that the city of Eau Claire is using this proposed ordinance not to punish victims of a crime, but to get them the help that they need. I urge you to make sure that as a community, our agencies are working together to provide services for victims of human trafficking. We need to help people that need our help, whether they're willing to ask for it or not. Time was perfect, wasn't it?
I see I have a question for you. Are you okay with that?
Go for it. Yeah.
Councilmember Beaton.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson. I really appreciate you speaking and educating us a little bit further about this issue in our community. I just want to be 100% clear. Is Fierce Freedom in support of this ordinance? I realize that there is some, stipulations. Yes, maybe if continued action happens, but would you be supportive of this passing?
I'm supportive of it with some reservations. After talking with everybody involved and understanding what their intent is with it, I understand it better, and I'm okay if it passes. If that answers your question, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Councilmember Berthman.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Emerson, it seemed to me that some of the reservations were about our community's ability to sort of handle the more human part of reintegration and working on some of the services, the support services needed. And if you could provide a suggestion to the council in terms of, would you want, and this goes to Councilmember Larson's question as well, is what sorts of things should we maybe be looking at putting in place as well as this ordinance, or is that just something that nonprofits and agencies would normally sort of fill that piece to help with? What are your thoughts on that?
One of the things that I see really lacking in our area is task force or coalition, where agencies, nonprofits, government agencies, whatever, are getting together on a regular basis and talking about it. We've had a couple times where we've tried, and other agencies have tried to start it, and it's just died out. And so I guess that's kind of where I'm urging you guys as council to try and push some of the players involved to really take an active role in this. How you guys do that as a council, that's your magic to work, not mine. But, I can have a couple conversations with the police, and then, there's another group that tries to get together for services, and it's not like a good, strong push behind it. So that is one thing that we really are lacking. We've looked at a couple areas. Racine has a great coalition down there where they've been able to, last year in 2015, they were able to take 60 victims of human trafficking out of the life, which is an incredible number for an area like that. Appleton also has a great task force, and we've been looking at trying to replicate some of the stuff that they're doing. But it takes time, it takes energy, it takes people being able to travel across the state or us hosting them here. And unfortunately some of that takes money, and we're a really small nonprofit that has a very tiny budget, and even having somebody travel from across the state to come here is taxing on what we have financially. So if there's any way that the city can help with that type of thing, it would be great.
Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. Thank you for your work.
Yes.
Do you see an opportunity for yourself to be, obviously there's going to be some discussions about what kind of diversion programs would be helpful in this. Do you see yourself as being able to contribute to that discussion?
Absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
We do have some ideas. When we're talking diversion programs for the buyer, there's a lot of models out there for John's schools and things like that. When you're talking diversion programs for the victim of human trafficking, that's a harder program because that takes long-term counseling, sometimes detoxing. The traffickers provide everything for these victims, and so we need to have them in a place where they're getting food, shelter, clothing, emotional support, job training, all that kind of stuff. And it's not a quick fix. There is no great model to follow. There's some around the country. There's a couple down in the southern part of the state that we'd like to look at a little bit better. So we do have some ideas of what we can do, but I do have to say it's not going to be a quick and easy fix.
Right. Can I have a follow-up? You mentioned coalitions, and I know there are some programs in this area. I could name a couple, but I'm sure you have thought of them as well. But so I just wanted to throw that out.
Yeah.
I'm sure that it is a long-term recovery program for both sides, but in particular for the victim who is relied on, as you said, their victimizer for all of their living conditions. So I think there are programs around here that could help with that, and I hope that you can bring them on board as well.
Yes.
Thanks.
Councilmember Tewalt.
Thank you so much, Ms. Summerson. We've connected a little bit previously to this, and I just want to, I think, make a comment and then see if you align with it. When I was in Nashville at the League of Cities, I got to meet a couple ADAs, the assistant district attorneys, who created a program, Grace Awaken, amazing program to help the We would say women, but it's 30-70, 30% male prostitutes, 70%. And you may be an entrepreneur and enter into this career voluntarily. You will soon be acquired, and you are a possession, and you are controlled. That is one of the myths that I learned, that this is not a business of choice. This is truly being enslaved. And you are so correct. It is a longer process. Some start in their young youth. This is when the mothers train them. They learn that the pimp protects them, that's all the food. In fact, they give them a little, every time they're apprehended, they offer them food. They show them some educational items, which I won't get into, but then they give them a little gift of some cosmetics and some things because they never get those. They don't even get basic food. They are there to be a machine, and it is a horrible life. So developing any sort of program, you are so right. I think we're going to have to look to connect with as many to build that infrastructure. They had a unique thing, as I always like to just repeat. One of the ways they funded that was with the Johns. We will make this notice public, or you could donate a certain amount and go to this training. They're well funded. And then, again, a John or a choir of this service can be totally ignorant. We look like adults, we look like normal people, so you assume this is between two consenting. Couldn't be further from the truth. But that's the point of ignorance, where education is so important. So I laud your efforts, and any way I can participate, I'd love to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just to address a little bit of what you said, one of the things that Fierce Freedom does is we go into schools or talk to youth groups a lot of times about what human trafficking looks like and try and do it on a prevention basis. And it was about a year and a half ago, I was in one of the local schools and talking about what trafficking is and how we need to have safe relationships. And a girl came up to me afterwards and she said, "You mean it's not okay for my boyfriend to have me do X, Y, and Z to his friends so he can get their car for the weekend?" So it's not just people who are coming in from outside the area and traveling through. We do see that, but it's kids in our schools that are experiencing this. And to change that mindset of, this was the first time that this had occurred to this girl, that it wasn't okay for somebody to do this to her. You know, that's more than a 2-hour seminar somewhere to change that whole mindset. So.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam President. Ms. Emerson, would it make more sense if some of these diversion programs were actually in place before this sort of ordinance moves forward, and if not, and they're not fully in place, what actually is going to happen if we're sort of missing that critical piece, but we have the ordinance in place?
You know, and I guess that's something that I kind of wrestled with when this first came up, and you know, I guess it's the chicken and the egg argument, really. You know, if the police and the city attorney's office are saying that they need this in place in order to pursue further programming, you know, if that's what they need, I get that. But the way I look at it is, it's hard to enact something if we don't have those programs to put people into. But you know, the fact of the matter is, it's happening already. So we still need to get going on those programmings, and that's something that we're working on as an organization as much as we can. So I guess I would kind of refer to take that to the chief as far as what they need to do.
Thank you, Ms. Emerson.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work and for having a thoughtful discussion and helping us that way.
Thank you.
Is anyone else here to speak about our new ordinance? Anyone else? The chair will then close item 4. We do have an action item on a decision on this item tomorrow afternoon. Okay. That brings us to the last item on our agenda tonight, which is a public discussion on a proposed city council policy on tax incremental financing. As Mr. Winzans is approaching, we'll just remind council that we did have a lengthy work session on creating a brand new TIF policy, and As you could see in your packet, all of our input from that work session was entered into the policy that we might adopt tomorrow as law, and also input from developers. And so this also has been a project long in the making. Now, I think tonight we're looking at projects long in the making, so fits. Mr. Winsand.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid and City Council. As the Council President indicated, this is actually part of the City Council strategic plan. It was included as a project within that document to develop a TIF policy, which is what we're here to talk about this evening. Just in summary, the TIF policy is intended as a framework for future decision-making regarding the creation of both tax incremental financing districts, as well as assisting potential development projects with tax incremental financing. It is a framework. We're intending to, if you will, provide a box for city staff to work in that lays out what the policy of the City Council is and what the expectations are of the City Council as it relates to tax incremental financing. It also provides a set of guidelines to the development community that says, here is, what Eau Claire is willing to do as far as tax incremental financing, and also describes areas of the community where we're willing to do that. So it provides a set of guidelines to city staff and also expectations for the development community. The policy is also provides tools to encourage new development within the city of Eau Claire, and also tools for redevelopment within the community. Just a little bit about the use, a little history of the use of tax incremental financing within the city of Eau Claire. We've created a total of 10 tax incremental districts, even though we're on number 11. TID number 1 was never actually created, and we went right to number 2. At the present time, there are 5 open districts and 5 districts that have been closed. Tax incremental districts 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 were all closed before the end of their maximum life. Within this table, it does indicate what the maximum life of those districts were. On average, those districts had a maximum life of 24 years, and on average, they were open for a total of 14 years. So our history would indicate that tax incremental districts close before their maximum life, and in this case, about 10 years before their maximum life. The 5 remaining open districts, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, their average maximum life, if you will, is 24 years. And at the present time, the average number of years that they've been open is 8 years. I wouldn't be surprised if tax incremental district number 7 comes close to its maximum life, if not is closed at that point. And we've had a lot of conversation about TID number 8, and as City Council is aware, we still need development within that district in order for it to break even. As Council President indicated earlier, staff in discussing the potential TIF policy went through and identified what we consider to be some key decision points for the City Council to give us input on. We had 2 work sessions with the City Council on March 8th and March 22nd, where we went through those key decision points and solicited input from the City Council. Based upon that feedback and input, we developed a policy in accordance with the feedback we received. In addition, once the draft policy was developed, we did send it out to developers to get their feedback. We did receive feedback from 2 different developers, and that feedback has been incorporated into the policy that was distributed with your agenda packets. The policy talks about the creation of tax incremental districts. One of the concepts in the policy is that the City of Eau Claire wants to be proactive in the creation of tax incremental districts. I believe the community has a history of doing that. I think one of the better examples of that is tax incremental district number 8, where the city went in and made the North Barstow area ready for redevelopment by acquiring properties, demolishing properties, doing the environmental work, and making that area ready for redevelopment. I think that's a great example of a community being proactive in determining where and what types of development it wants to attract. 2 areas where tax incremental districts would be considered for creation. One of those would be our redevelopment areas. The community has designated redevelopment areas, and those areas would be considered for the creation of tax incremental districts. The most recent of those is the cannery area along the Chippewa River. In addition, we discussed with the City Council the concept of identifying target areas through the comprehensive planning process. What we're suggesting is that the community determine what parts of Eau Claire we want to consider offering tax incremental incentives or creating the districts, as opposed to letting the development community do that. It's a little bit different approach, but one in which we're really trying to guide where that development occurs, and using the TIF incentives to steer that development. Within the policy, it indicates that in order for a developer-driven district to be created, there needs to be an initial project that increases the assessed value of that area by $15 million. This is, I guess, what we're really trying to get at here is the creation of a tax incremental district does involve a fair amount of staff work, and we wanted to establish some sort of a minimum project size that would warrant the amount of staff work involved in the creation of that district. The policy also recognizes some of the work of Dr. Thomas Kemp as it relates to his paper on a statistical assessment of open tax incremental districts within the state of Wisconsin. We had some discussion of this at the second work session with the City Council. So we included some limits within the policy that would provide some guidance. The state statute permits up to 12% of the assessed value of a community to be located within tax incremental districts, and according to the proposed policy, that would be permitted as long as our debt does not exceed 50% of the statutory limit. As our debt increases as a percent of the statutory limit, the amount of value that would be permitted within tax incremental districts would decrease. What Dr. Kemp found was that as the debt of a community increased, so did the failure rate of the tax incremental districts within that community, and we certainly want to avoid that from occurring. Also in the policy, we talk about really 3 different categories of eligible project costs. The first of those categories is our public improvements of a general public nature. Again, if we look at tax incremental district number 8, the North Barstow area, great examples of these type of improvements. The city went into that area, purchased properties, did environmental remediation, put in the utilities and other infrastructure to make that area developable, but also had the foresight to create Phoenix Park, which has definitely become a destination attraction within our community and within our region. Phoenix Park is a great example of a public improvement of a general public use. These types of project costs would be eligible in both greenfield as well as redevelopment TIDs. Second category of eligible project costs are public improvements of development-specific use. As I just mentioned, in the North Barstow TID, the city acquired property. It also upgraded utilities and other infrastructure to get that area ready for redevelopment. The creation of a road network, the upgrading of public utilities, oftentimes is associated with making sites development ready. And those improvements that make sites development ready would fall into this category where public improvements for development-specific use. These costs would also be eligible in both greenfield as well as redevelopment TIDs. The last category of eligible project costs under this policy would be cash grants to owners, developers, or lessees. Examples of these types of costs might include tenant build-out expenses, building code or occupancy modifications that need to be made to existing buildings. Could include upgraded interior, exterior finishes, upgraded from what somebody might see in a development in a greenfield area. Maybe rather than having vinyl siding, we have a brick exterior to match the surrounding buildings. Might also include underground parking. Again, if you were building on the outskirts of the city, you might just have surface level parking, which is usually less expensive than underground parking. But in a more urban setting where we really don't want to see a landscape of paved parking lots, having that underground parking may be more desirable to the development of the community. And this could also include direct cash grants to developers for equity or gap financing. These types of project costs would only be eligible within redevelopment TIDs. The policy also discusses the maximum amounts of assistance that would be provided in TIDs or to developers. One of the most important concepts when we're talking about a maximum amount of assistance is the but-for test. And what is meant by that is but for the assistance that's being provided, the development would not occur, and or but for the creation of the tax incremental district, this area of the community would not redevelop the way that the community envisions it redevelop. And that becomes critical because providing tax increment financing assistance is not an entitlement program. It's not, if you ask for it, you will get it. It has to be needed, and it has to be needed on a project-by-project basis. So when I talk about the next two items and talk about the maximum amount of assistance, I'm assuming that the but-for test has been met, that they actually, we've reviewed the financials and they need the assistance. So in a blight or a rehab tax incremental district, under statute, that has a maximum life of 27 years. Under this policy, we would provide assistance with a maximum amount of 13 years of tax increment. That is, we would take 13 years of tax increment if it's needed for the project and use it for eligible project costs. Those could be utilities, those might be street assessments, those could be the installation of street lighting within that area, and if necessary, could take other forms of assistance. We would also set aside a maximum of 2 years to capitalize a development fund. These funds could be used by the Economic Development Department to fund other types of grant programs and also fund that department's continued operation. Within industrial or mixed-use TIDs, these TIDs have a maximum life of 20 years under the state statute. We would provide up to 8 years of tax increment to fund project costs, and also 2 years of tax increment to capitalize a redevelopment fund. Minimum project sizes. As I indicated, there is a fair amount of work in creating a tax incremental district. So if a district is being created at the request of a developer, as I indicated before, we would require a $15 million initial project size in order to go through the process of creating that tax incremental district. There would be no minimum if it's a city-initiated district. So if we go in and, for example, in the Cannery area and say we're going to create a tax incremental district here, there isn't any specific project on the horizon, but we determine that that's in the community's best interest to do so. There would be no minimum project size required in that particular case. Within an existing TID, we would require a minimum project size of $5 million. However, that $5 million could be less if it furthers some sort of a substantial new development or redevelopment goal of the city. A specific example of something that was contemplated in including that provision might be a downtown grocery store. Maybe a downtown grocery store, maybe it's got a value of $3 million, but that is a specific redevelopment goal of the community in having a grocery store located within the central business district. And as far as items to be included in the development agreement, many different items, but some of the key items would be a guarantee of assessed value. That is, having the developer guarantee that their project will result in an increased and assessed value of a certain amount. Also require that the developer guarantee an annual property tax payment. Both of these are related, but also very important to have both of them because, as we've seen, this school funding formulas and the funding formula for technical colleges have changed, and sometimes that affects the property tax payment, even though they've created the assessed value that they agreed to. Taxable status of the project would need to remain in place for the life of the TID under the proposed policy, and also that we would try to obtain some sort of additional security, such as a mortgage on the project, personal guarantees, or some other forms of collateral, and those would be project dependent on which of those we would be able to obtain. So that summarizes the proposed TIF policy before the City Council this evening, and I'd be happy to entertain questions.
I see no questions, but the hour is late, and we do have people from the public who want to talk, so maybe we'll reserve our questions until we see what's on their mind. Thank you, Mr. Winsens. Okay, is anyone here to offer insights on our new TIF policy?
Hello, my name is Janeway Riley. I live at 311 Garfield Avenue, and I would like to offer some ideas on TIF, or what not to do. There's some that ascribe to the philosophy that if you'll build it, they will come. In my 43 years as a real estate broker, I can tell you that the best philosophy is if you maintain it, they will come, and they will stay. I'm disturbed by the city's failure to maintain its streets or enforce its appearance codes. I've been complaining about potholes in my alley since 1969. Look at the North Barstow project. The west side is jammed with new construction. The east side is as run down as ever, and it looks like a slum. That could change simply by enforcing the appearance codes. An incredibly expensive ramp was built without taking the trouble to secure a single commitment in advance. Instead, it was built with hope. Hope is a very poor business proposition. When completed, the ramp will largely be empty. The city is now hoping that someone will build an expensive building in the neighboring lot and will pay to use the parking ramp. We're going further and further and further into debt to fund new construction in new areas. We now owe more than $121 million, 3 times more than the city's annual levy of $38.1 million. Why not take care of what we have? Instead, our most important asset as a community is our beautiful neighborhoods, and if you wish to attract and keep people here, let's take care of what we have here first. The proposed TIF policy that is before you strikes me as elitist and wrong. You seem to think that a staff not in the private sector is qualified to make decisions as to where development should occur, which developers should be subsidized, and how much. Likewise, because you sit in the city council, you believe you're qualified to make these decisions. Believe me, having spent my life in the private sector, I know there are good bets and bad bets, and I've made both of them. But each time I bore the responsibility for their success and their failure. I also received the benefits when they were successful and accepted the costs when they failed. What you are proposing is a one-way street. If the projects are successful, owners benefit. If they are not successful, we, the taxpayers, are paying. The placement of the projects and TIFs makes things even worse for the average taxpayer and certainly somebody of my age. The one potential direct benefit of economic development is the increase of the tax base. The larger the tax base, the lower the taxes. The TIF device that lasts anywhere from 20 to 27 years plus a 3-year extension means that an older person like me, or folks moving from Eau Claire as part of a career path such as a salesperson or university teacher, will never see the benefit of a larger tax base and reduced taxes when the TIF ends. Here's what I would recommend. Rewrite your policy to remove the use of the TIF device. Use straight general fund borrowing instead. Unlike TIFs, which many believe are free, everyone understands straight debt. You will get more taxpayer participation in decisions, and the tax burden will be fairly apportioned. Limit city support to infrastructure, and for heaven's sakes, do not use the philosophy, if they build it, they will come. So instead, before moving a speck of dirt, secure commitments from parties who wish to build or move in the area. That way, you will ensure that actual economic development occurs. Finally, scrap the developer incentive section. If the project needs tax money to make ends meet, it is a project that should be rejected. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Riley.
Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back for my encore appearance. Any rate, I read the policy online, and, I forgot to say, I'm Dorothy Westerman, 941 Violet Avenue. In the policy, I say it abbreviated manner, it is declared to be the policy to promote the retention, expansion, and attraction of businesses and to remediate conditions. Those conditions include eliminating blight, rehabilitating or conserving the area, promoting industrial or mixed-use development. I would encourage the City Council to stick within the guidelines that are in this narrow definition. But it seems to me that a lot of times whims creep in, like a whim to have a new theater, a second empty parking ramp, a dazzlingly lit footbridge, and a proposed indoor farm market. I don't know how these come to promote retention and remediation. The ship has sailed, although, on halting the theater, the ramp, and the dazzling footbridge, but the indoor farm market is something that is still under consideration, and I think that's going a bit too far. It would be in direct competition with Banbury Place, which we all know has been a real boon to this community in rehabbing the old Royal Tire Company. And we don't want to put them out of business. And I think it would also be in direct competition with the Phoenix Park outdoor market that's on during the summer. And they're all within about 1 mile of each other. I just think it would be too much competition in too small of an area, and I don't think that we really need a downtown store either. Charlie's Market went broke. We had 2 other major grocery stores near downtown, Kerms and Mega East. They also went broke. I think people are finding their way to the number of supermarkets that we already have. And so I don't like the idea of putting an indoor farm or year-round farm market in the cannery district. And I plead with the City Council to not create more TIF districts. our current tax incremental districts are often not incremental. They were supposed to increase tax revenues, but that is where the incremental gain was supposed to be, but isn't. And the tax loss on those TIFs can go on for 20 or 30 years. To me, it's kind of like the guy who brought up a truckload of watermelons from Florida and sold them at $1 loss each, so the next time he increased and doubled the numbers of melons he brought to sell at a loss. What did he learn from his mistake? So, please employ general purpose borrowing for needed improvements like environmental remediation, eliminating blight, improving streets, etc. That's what we really need from the city. And back to the statement of policy, the statement says that TIF is one of the few tools available to the city to attract businesses. How about these items that are also available to the city? Low real estate tax rates, simple codes for new manufacturing and processing companies to follow and to comply with, good streets and transportation facilities for products, sparse regulation, limited government, and friendly zoning. Some business owners would love to see these things, would love to move in here and enjoy these kinds of benefits. I'd say most businesses would. So, that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
I see no questions, and thank you again.
Thank you.
See, is the projector on there? Good evening. I'm Pete Bartle, 3014 Irene Drive. Listening to the first City Council working session on TIF policy, I was impressed by the amount of staff work that is necessary to establish TIDs. The staff pointed out that it was not worthwhile doing small TIDs as each requires 3 months of staff time just to initiate. This certainly appears to be a poor use of valuable staff time. Most of the recent discussion of TIFs has been to establish a set of ground rules for using TIFs. A better focus would be to focus on advantages that TIFs are supposed to have over general funding. Why not fund economic development projects the same way we finance other needs of the city? Let us look at what we are told are the advantages of TIFs. TIFs are supposed to eliminate the capital risk for the city. That would be true if the principal and interest to pay off the lenders came only from the earnings of the project. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way, as the city uses general obligation bonds to fund these projects. In fact, the bond documents for TIFs debt state that the taxpayers are liable for repayment of both principal and debt. The bondholders require a city council resolution that binds the taxpayers to pay both the principal and interest through an increase in the tax levy. In the fine print, there is a provision that allows the city to reduce the amount of the tax levy by any available TIF district funds. So if the TIF district does not generate enough taxes to pay its debt, we citizens cover the cost. The risk is on us, not the property owners and the TIF. Note there may be no property owners. TIF development is frequently infrastructure to which the city hopes private property owners will come. TIFs are supposed to cost no more than general borrowing. The cost of the project are indeed the same under both, as is the structure of the debt. Under either a TIF or general fund borrowing, if economic development does not occur, the general taxpayers foot the bill and must pay the bondholders. However, if it does occur, under a TIF, the benefit resulting from a larger tax base is not realized until after the TIF ends. That could be decades. During that period, the taxpayers outside of the TIF district cover the entire cost of government. Those inside the district pay the same, so the same extra cost is imposed on them. Contrast that with general fund borrowing, in which the benefits of economic development, the sharing of the cost of government over a larger tax base, are enjoyed by all taxpayers both inside and outside the TIF. It is claimed that timing isn't important. In the end, the taxpayer will benefit from economic development under a TIF or general fund borrowing. But timing is important. $1 today is worth considerably more than one that won't be received for 20 to 30 years. Given my age, I am likely to die before the TID ends. What about families that move due to promotions or career advances? Why not give everyone the opportunity to enjoy the benefits now? Residents of the town which are being taxed at high rates because of the effect, they will not see an offset. In short, it appears that there are few cases, if any, where TIFs are a desirable way to fund development projects. I suppose that one can claim that there are cases where the lack of transparency inherent in TIFs enables politicians to pursue projects that with more transparency might not have the support of the taxpayers. Whether or not this is an advantage depends upon your view of the role of government. However, it is my understanding that such government-driven projects have a very poor record. The last section of the proposed policy solicits developer applications for projects and subsidies. This can be an expensive mistake. The best approach is to let the private market do its job. Let's not encourage another form of corporate welfare.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Madam President, I'm wondering if I could pass out a few handouts. It will be easier. And she'll pass them out. Okay. A couple loose ones. This is going to be hard to see. Okay, I think they're all handed out. My name is Mary Jo Cohen, 1759 Drummond Street. The other speakers have pointed out some of the issues with TIFs versus general fund borrowing. Here's another one. It costs the taxpayers more. Would any of you, as stewards of the city funds, advocate paying $2 for a cup of coffee when you could get that same cup of coffee for $1? I wouldn't think so. Yes, I know you have been repeatedly told that TIFs do not cost any more than general fund borrowing, but is that correct? You should have two stapled spreadsheets. On the top one should have a green line at the top. That's the first spreadsheet we want to look at. This spreadsheet is an actual city spreadsheet on which the contention that TIF funding doesn't cost any more than general funding is premised. It is a hypothetical developed by our city staff based on a community with a tax base of about $200 million, a project with a value of $3.5 million, and a loan of $500,000. It is assumed that the cost of government remains the same throughout at $5 million a year. That in itself is a questionable assumption, but let's go with it for now. There are two sides to the sheet. On the left-hand side, you have a general fund borrowing side. On the right-hand side, financing through TID. The following assumptions are made which are contrary to fact, and I've highlighted them. In pink, that both not just one, but both, the City Council and the county will waive the application of the new net construction index when the 3.5 million property is placed on the tax rolls in year 7, simply because the property is in a TIF district. As you know, the tax levies are largely fixed. One of the few opportunities to increase them occurs when new property is developed. Effectively, the new property is taxed at the same rate that property belonging to other taxpayers is taxed. That's only fair. After all, there will be city services associated with the new property. Normally, the additional tax has no impact because the increase in the tax levy and the increase in the tax base essentially cancel each other out. Net new construction of $43,750 should have been added to both sides of the sheet in year 7, but they weren't. And I'll show you later that has a major impact. Tell me, has anyone ever suggested to the City Council that you waive net new construction increments as it applies to TIF improvements? I believe that you would need the state's assistance to even calculate the amount, as the index is something the state provides, and it applies to all new property, not just TIF property. Be aware that during the Joint Review Board meetings for TIF 8, both the city and the county representatives voiced with pleasure the opportunity to increase their levies from new TIF construction. In gray, no debt service is paid on the TIF side in years 2 through 6, despite the fact that it is due. The assumption is that there will be a city fund from which to secure the dollars interest-free. Of course, that also could be true on the borrowing side. In blue, repayment of the balance of the development occurs in year 14, at which point the TIF ends. That's no longer reasonable given the way TIFs are handled in this community. At one time, TIFs did, in fact, as Mr. Winzens indicated, stop as soon as the project was done. But now, once a TIF approaches its end, the tendency is not to pay it off, but to add more projects and borrow more money. City officials seem reluctant to give up free-flowing money. Certainly, our new TIDs now are set to continue for the entire 20 to 27-year period with provisions that enable them to expand 1/2 mile from their borders. Also in blue, once the TID ends, there is a parting opportunity to increase the levy once more at 50%, this time the total value of the increment, including inflation. The council could waive it, but will it? And certainly it's highly doubtful that the county will waive it. Now look at the columns all the way over to the right, which calculates the difference between general fund borrowing and TID borrowing. Note the numbers in gray in years 2 through 6, where there is no debt service paid, even though it's due. Note that the yellow numbers, once the property is in place and paying taxes, TIF taxes are higher than general fund taxes for years 7 through 14. When the TID pays off, the DID advantages goes to the TIF. Total, $2.14 advantage TIF. But when you put in, turn to the next sheet, when you add the items that are missing, the new tax the new construction increment, the numbers totally switch. And I've made those corrections. In that case, the TIF is definitely the disadvantage. Clearly, general fund borrowing is the way to go. Let me close by asking each of you to do the right thing. Surely, as our representatives, you will not vote to continue a method of financing that A, costs the taxpayer more for the exact same development, B, discriminates against older taxpayers, C, requires more staff time, not only to develop, to initiate, but also to continue to perform all the accounting that's required. D, because of the complexity, removes government accountability. Please discard the proposed TIF policy and handle all future economic development through general fund borrowing. We taxpayers will thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen. I see no questions, and thank you for the handouts. Are there other people who came to speak tonight on this issue, policy?
My name is John Mogensen, 617 3rd Avenue. I sent a letter out to all of you, so you've probably reviewed that. I think that the state created this program, and I think the city needs to keep using it. I think it's a very important tool. I think you should have these TIDs and TIFs going on and offline forever. I mean, that's why it was created. We requested through previous city manager to look at doing a TID on Water Street. And some of the things we'd like to do there is to create additional public parking and do work on the bike trail, and maybe assist the city in, eventually they're going to have to do the storm sewer line that, or sanitary sewer that runs along the river. So we as a Water Street Business District think that this would be something that could benefit us. The thing would be developer driven because it would be proposed by a developer. And so I think that setting a $15 million limit for these projects is too high. Seeing the city can develop a project with no minimum, and the existing TIDs could, originally it was proposed you couldn't do another project in an area unless it was 10 million, and now that's been lowered to 5. So I believe that, you have the final say on anything that goes. So what's wrong with the developer proposing a 5 or 8 million when the city can propose one at any cost? And I think the cost to do these, they say that the staff should be the same as if the city proposes one at 5 million versus a developer at 10 or 5 or anything. But to miss out on an opportunity that you can turn down if you don't like it, just by saying it's got to be a minimum 15 million, I think is wrong, even though somewhere in this policy it says that the city can change any of this because it's a city council policy. But when you look at it, or you review it, read it, when you see that, well, it's got to be $15 million minimum, it's going to discourage people from even looking at that, because they're not going to know that this council made the policy, but 10 years down the road, that might be, the council will look at that and say, we can't vary from this policy. This is what we've got. We can't vary from it. So I think you have to maybe adjust and put something in there that any one of these items can be changed. And I think you definitely need to lower the 15 million, because I think you'll miss out on some opportunities. And if they're not a good opportunity, don't approve them. I guess that's my comments. If you have any questions.
Councilmember Strobel.
Thank you. Mr. Mogensen, I know I've read talk of your development. I think it went through Plan Commission already as well. Have you approached staff on this yet? Existing, you talked about the former city manager. Have you approached any of our existing staff, or our new staff, or new city manager on that project at all?
Yeah, I talked to the, originally we met, I think in January of 2015, and I was informed that we had to wait till the new TIF policy was created, and so I went to a bunch of the meetings that went, and then we thought that there was going to be a TIF policy, and then they said no, there's no TIF policy. So I would think that if you have a development possibility, the city would be more interested in doing it, because now it's going on 1.5 to 2 years before our proposal would even get to the city. So I think it should be looked at. I talked to Dale through emails and stuff, but there hasn't been much. And I know you created or expanded the existing TIDs in the same time, but I think it should be looked at, because you got the property sitting there with $1 million value, and it could be up to 10 million. The longer you wait, the less tax base the city gets. And if it waits, it could go another year sitting empty. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mogensen. Further questions? The chair has a question for you. So if we have a developer approaching us to create a new TIF district, we would say, great, we're going to work with you, but we would like you to guarantee 15 million in increment. And then it would be subject to some other things like a pilot payment and whatnot. or minimum value, assessed value and all. Do you object to the number 15, and do you have experience that another number is better?
Well, I would say, because there's years down the road, there might be a number of different projects that come up. And if I'm a developer and I say, well, go, the project's not worth doing because it's not 15 million, in a perfect world, I would say 5 million. Okay. But 15 is, there's so many projects that are worthwhile at 5 million or 8 million, but to say 15 million, that's way out of the ballpark.
So in your view and your experience as a well-respected developer, 15 million is just too much as a minimum guarantee for an idea that you're bringing to us.
Right, because you can reject it. If I come to you with a $5 million project, you can say, well, it doesn't look good, but you shouldn't say, well, the only project you can bring to me, the city of Eau Claire, is 15 million. Just think of how many projects you might lose out on that are between 5 and 15.
So does 10 sound more reasonable to you?
Yes. Originally it said that in the original proposal, it says that any new redevelopment in an existing TID had to be 10 million.
Right. But
and so
we took care of that.
You changed that to 5.
Yes, we did.
So why not do 5? But 10 is better, but I think you're still going to miss out on some opportunities if you leave it at a high number. I think it should be at 5. 10 would be better, but
it
than
helps
15.
It helps us as we're deliberating. Well, what are the pros and cons of a minimum, or what are the costs and benefits, and so it helps us to have your input. So,
well, the thing is, you can reject any proposal that comes to you. At least you should have the opportunities to look at the proposal.
Yeah. I think you heard Mr. Winzen say that our TIF policy is a guideline, and this is the first time we've ever had a policy guideline for staff to begin discussions. In that light, 15 million, that's an important number. We should establish that number. I agree with you there. Maybe not at 15, I don't know. So now for the first time, the staff can go and say, well, look, these are our policy guidelines. Let's start a discussion on this. And then the council, as you rightfully noted, as elected officials who went through an election and got voted, and now we're here. We have to make decisions because the people count on us to do that. So we can evaluate that guideline, the project on our policy. So I'm sort of rambling, but the 15 million is an important number that we should pay attention to and figure out whether it's the right number.
I think it's too high of a number.
I see that. We see that. Thank you. I rambled on. Councilmember Beaton has a question.
So projects within existing TIDs, there's some ability for the city to accept projects that are below that $5 million mark, as Mr. Winzen's had said, if they fit into specific goals of the city. How do you feel like if the number for a new TID were to be high, and that ability to go lower for projects that fulfill specific goals of the city? How would you feel about something like that?
Well, like I said, I think 15 million is too high because it might discourage people from even coming to the city at all. At a minimum, I think it should be lowered to 10. And like I say, I think that personally it should be 5, because or 5, even 8. You could get an $8 million project that might never come to the city council to even review because, down the road you might have a different city council, a different city manager, and they'll say, hey, this is our policy. We're not going to talk to you unless it's 15 million.
We would take care of that for sure.
You might not be here.
Yeah. Another question, Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Belginson, for your feedback and communication. One of the comments that you brought up as a concern, or I guess a consideration that I've had since council started working on this last year, and that is to not categorically deny or exclude any project that doesn't fit every single item in here. And I think as I've worked through this, I'm under the understanding that that these are indeed guidelines and that sometimes, depending on the project, exceptions would be made. It sounds like to you, that message doesn't seem like it's communicated or doesn't seem like it could be counted on, and perhaps in years to come. Do you have suggestions on wording or communication that could be incorporated into this that would give some assurance to developers to say, gee whiz, this doesn't fit in here, but I still have a shot at making my case?
Well, it's in there in part of the guidelines. I think it says that the city has the final say and can alter all these, but when you start off with the number one concern I have, when you start off saying that the minimum of a developer proposed agreement has to be 15 million, that discourages people from sending it. So I think that's the number one thing that should be changed in the whole policy, because it does say that it can be evaluated and standards established, and it can be changed. But that's, like I said, down the road, another council might determine that this is our policy, this is the minimum, this is what is here. And they might forget about that. Maybe you can change it. I think that would be the number one thing I think you need to change, or lower the 15 million.
Thank you for entertaining our questions, Lee.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Cindy Burton, 3242 May Street. Unfortunately, the city has created an expectation for developer subsidies. After the $10.9 million Confluence developer subsidy, we know that at least 2 other developers have proposed projects that they would like subsidized. Most of us don't like corporate welfare when the federal government engages in it, so why is it okay when the city government does it? Should the city be in the business of picking winners and losers? Why would the developer of one student housing complex get a subsidy while other developers of student housing do not? TIF subsidies interfere with organic free market competition. In addition, it creates circumstances ripe for corruption. In the county treasurer office scandal, we were reminded that corruption can and does happen right in our backyard. We should have more power to prevent it at the local level. Let's not enshrine developer subsidies into city policy. Normally, new development does not raise tax rates, but it still has the impact of increasing tax revenues. New development within a TID does have the impact of raising tax rates. Most of us love seeing successful endeavors, but I do not think most of John Q. Public wants to essentially be punished for new development. When development occurs within a TID, we end up with what I call a punishment for development tax for the life of the TID, and that can be decades. If you live in the city, you get the punishment tax from the county and from the school district in addition to the city. We have been paying the punishment for development tax for that beautiful RCU headquarters building for 10 years, and the end is not even near. In fact, now we have added apartment buildings and the Jamf property. Let's start doing this in a way that we can celebrate the new development, not resent it. Keep in mind, too, that the city does not have a magic 8-ball. Last Friday on WAYY, our finance director reminded us that the Oakwood Mall was originally envisioned by the city as a site for industrial development. Let's keep things simple, easy to understand, and transparent. That will also keep us agile when unexpected opportunities arise. We don't need a complicated TIF policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Anyone else? Anyone else here to speak on our potential new TIF policy tomorrow? The hour is late, and I thank you for your patience, for your generous input, and your interest in our community. With there being no further business to come before this body, on motion by Councilmember Van Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, this meeting is adjourned without objection.
We will return to your program after a short break. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, you can contact us by calling 715-839-5067 or on the web at www.cvctv.org. The audio for this program can be heard on WRFP LP 101.9 FM. We now return you to your program. This is a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting.
This meeting of the Eau Claire City Council will come to order. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton.
Here.
Emmanuel.
Here.
Kincaid.
Here.
Clinkhammer.
Here.
Larson.
Here.
Mitchell.
Here.
Strobel.
Here.
T-Wall.
Here.
Von Hayden.
Here.
Worthman.
Here.
John.
Here.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and welcome everyone to the Tuesday, May 10th legislative session of the Eau Claire City Council. During its legislative session, the council deliberates and takes action on the agenda items before us. We have prepared for this responsibility by working with citizens, by collaborating with staff, and reading the considerable amount of materials in our council packets. We are ready this afternoon then to exercise our duty. And we welcome those of you who are joining us in chambers, and as always are grateful to community television for streaming and broadcasting these proceedings live for those who can't be here in person. We do have many important items on our agenda and a full chambers this afternoon, so let's begin. First, we take up our consent agenda, items, 12 items on the consent agenda. Do council members have questions or wish to remove an item for separate consideration? Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I'd like to make a comment on item number 9.
Okay. Does it require action?
No.
Okay. Any other? Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I would just like to call attention to item number 9, which is a resolution declaring May 14th as International Migratory Bird Day. And this resolution is a requirement for us to renew our status as a Bird City USA. And so I'm pleased to ask for this resolution to be put on the consent agenda, and to recognize Steve Betchkel, who's in the audience, and maybe other bird lovers as well. And also thank Kathy Marole, who did actually all the hard work for this renewal.
Thank you. That's nice. Bird City. Any other questions or comments on the consent agenda? Where is Mr. Betchko?
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for that work. We're happy to help you get along with whatever the designation process requires each year. So, thanks. On a motion then by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, the consent agenda is moved and discussion is in order. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
And the consent agenda is passed. It's my pleasure to have several proclamations and an event, or a presentation this afternoon. So I would want to begin with asking you all to be patient, as I do have 5 proclamations, and they are very important to the proclamation recipients, and it's a way to draw attention to the variety and the breadth of work and excitement that's going on in our community. So bear with me as we work our way through 5 proclamations and a presentation. Beginning with the DeLong Middle School students of Mrs. Barris. If you could meet me at the podium. everyone gather? Do you have to be in a semicircle? Do you each have a speaking part? Yeah. So when you speak, it will be best if you would, how about if we have you come up here? So when it's your turn to speak, okay, you can step right up here. All right? First, we're going to have a few words about your project. I don't know if your teacher wants to deliver those or not.
Thank you. The kids are good to go.
Okay.
They're presenting.
Okay. Before we begin, I wanted to acknowledge the work of Councilmember Emmanuel, who made this visit happen, and would like to acknowledge how much respect and admiration she has for the presentation you're about to share with us. Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Madam President, and welcome to our future leaders here from DeLong, who are business leaders here in our community, who are making and selling and giving back to improve lives of humans and pets in our community. I just wanted to share a little bit for the public and for council colleagues kind of how this came to my attention. I had the good pleasure of meeting the business leaders of Prime Products, which is this group today, at the Banbury Art Crawl. I was looking for cards made in Eau Claire for a project I was working on, and I'm a bargain hunter, and you needn't look further than the Prime Products group. You can purchase 6 homemade cards for $2, and I bought, I think, 12 or 14 packs that day. So they're a great deal. More importantly, and I think more special to this body, is Mrs. Barris, who is a teacher, shared with me that she was working with former Councilmember Duax to bring the students here to City Hall. And she expressed a little sadness that perhaps wouldn't happen anymore. And I said, well, let's just pass the baton and we can make that happen. So in a way, this is helping to finish up some of Mr. Duax's work here. And I just welcome you all and thank you for your leadership you've already exhibited here in our community. And I look forward to continuing to learn with and from you.
Thank you. So I think we're ready to go. Is there a slide presentation? Yes. And do we know who's controlling that? We do. All right. We're good to go. You can begin.
Hi, my name's Grace. I'm in 8th grade and I'm a co-president.
My name's Elsa. I'm a 6th grader and I'm a inventory and glaze specialist. Hi, I'm Elena. I'm in 6th grade and I'm a production specialist.
Hi, my name is Rihanna and I am a quality control specialist and I'm in 11th grade.
My name is Zach. I'm in 6th grade and I am a manager of soap dishes and I am a sales associate.
Hi, I'm Madison. I'm in 6th grade and I'm manager of magnets and mom's vases.
Hi, my name's Lauren. I'm in 6th grade and I'm a sales associate.
Hi, my name is Max Hornquist and I am a pugging specialist and manager.
Hi, I'm Claire and I'm in 6th grade and I'm a sales associate. We are proud to be here we are proud to live in a community that embraces and celebrates creativity. Thank you for proclaiming the week of April 25th as Creative Economy Week. Prime Products is an entrepreneur group from DeLong Middle School. Our logo was designed 16 years ago by a former Prime Products student. All our products are quality products and at a reasonable price.
We have 3 functions: Make It DeLong, Sell Within Our Community, and Donate to charities, such as the charities seen on the screen, Feed My People, Bob's House for Dogs, and many more. But we are not a fundraiser. This year, we saved $200 for ourselves and $2,000 for a fall project. Currently, we are donating $1,000 to West Ridge Neighborhood Association for playground equipment.
Okay, we were founded in the year 2000. Our first sale, we made $1,700, and I myself have been in this program for 5 years now, and I even involved my younger sister, who was in 3rd grade at the time when I first started.
We have a little technical glitch. Just a second. Now we're okay. All right, we're good? All right.
Okay, that wasn't my phone. Okay, and here we have a short overview of what we're all about. The video is supposed to.
Oh, the nurse is good.
Yeah, the last one is a video.
The video isn't coming up.
Okay.
Was it? It's just a.
Yeah, it is video. It should play, but it's off on YouTube, so you might not.
It's a YouTube.
You'll have to go to YouTube to see this video. If you look up Wisconsin Department of Public Instruction and DeLong Middle School Prime Products, you will find the YouTube video.
Okay.
So go on to the next slide. Thank you.
Sure. So we'll just pretend we're after the video.
Yes.
So as you can see, we have a long list of products. So a lot of them have come and gone, and these are what we have today. I'd like to talk about the toad huts. So what they are is, all they do is they basically are shelters for toads. What we do is we take a bowl, we cut up little clay circles, we put them in. We basically glue them together with watery clay. We glaze the outside, but not the inside, because that allows it to keep it wet and dark in there, because if we add glaze in here, the sunlight would get in and then reflect everywhere, and so then toads would love to live in there. So, yeah.
Previous slide. Here's a list of the work that we do. One topic from this list I want to focus on is collaboration. An example of this was that recently in April 2015, Prime Products teamed up with RCU to create the program Fuse. This is a program that challenges students to create a business and present in front of a panel of judges. I have a personal connection to this because I participated in Fuse last fall. It is important to have community connections because it improves our sales, leadership skills, as well as our knowledge of the community. I worked at one of our community connections, the Banbury Art Crawl. I worked for 3 hours showing customers what to buy and teaching them how to make jewelry.
We have many business goals for Prime Products. One of those goals is to support our community. Recently, we have been working on a few projects. We gave $1,000 to a playground near DeLong. We are also working on reflective hats for DeLong so drivers can see students when it's dark. 2 years ago, the Chipper Valley Philanthropists gave Prime Products a philanthropy award. We also got a grant from the Wisconsin Retired Education Association for $2,000. With that money, we bought a $1,000 clay extruder and glazes and clay. This coming fall, we will also be having an art fair at DeLong.
If you want to join in the action, you can come to DeLong Middle School on Mondays and Thursdays from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, where you can either get your hands dirty or spend some money on our products. We would like to give this floral frog and flowers as a gift to the city.
Thank you all so much. Somebody buying the toad house, I think we'll just leave this up here for today. So for the second meeting in a row, we had a chance to highlight really the variety of things that are going on with young people in our community. We had a play last week, and now we have an explanation or a display of how people are connecting, our young people are connecting to the business community. So it's a good time to be in leadership in Eau Claire. Let's see. Next, I'll begin some presentations. The first being an acknowledgement of Historic Preservation Week. Would Mr. Mann please meet me at the podium? Usually I read a little bit of the proclamation so people get a chance to think about it a little bit. So, and then you have some words?
I do, yeah.
Okay. First, the proclamation in its edited version. Whereas the City of Eau Claire Landmarks Commission is promoting greater public awareness of the benefits of historic preservation, and preservation makes good financial sense, and it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping preserve tangible aspects of our heritage. And whereas the City of Eau Claire was designated as Preserve America, a Preserve America community in 2007 by the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation, and has 7 designated National Register Historic Districts and 2 locally designated districts, which include over 780 properties. The month of May has been designated as Historic Preservation Month, and now therefore the City Council does proclaim in our community May 2016 as Historic Preservation Month. Mr. Mann.
Thank you. I should point out that the number of listed properties should grow soon. There's an upcoming designation for 470 Summit, and then also moving forward, the Landmarks Commission will be looking to designate the High Bridge and the S Bridge as well. I want to take just a few moments to point out that the language in the proclamation, I think, calls to mind all 4 of the values that scholars associate with cultural resources and more specifically historic structures. And I just wanted to go through these 4 values quickly because I think they speak to the reasons that we ought to promote historic preservation. I would add to the list a 5th value as well, speaking specifically of historic structures. So historic structures have associative or symbolic value, in the words of scholars. That is to say, they give us a sense of a shared past, a sense of place, a sense of community, which is especially important in a country like ours, right? A country of immigrants where we don't always share a similar religious background or cultural background or ethnicity. So they help hold the fabric of societies together, in a sense. Historic structures are also valued frequently for aesthetic reasons, right? We find them pleasing to the eye. They sometimes involve materials that are no longer available, types of workmanship that are cost prohibitive these days. Certainly not all historic structures are aesthetically pleasing, but frequently that's one of the reasons why we seek to preserve the historic built environment. Historic structures also have informational value. This is the one I think that's closest to my heart since I'm a historian by profession. They are literally primary sources. They reveal to us information about the past. And while we can't preserve every single old building any more than an archivist, right, can keep every historic document, nonetheless, I think that when buildings are designated as historic, these are decisions to tear them down are serious ones, right? Because when we decide to do that, it's to follow the same analogy through. It's similar to walking into an archives and lighting a document on fire, right? It's a connection to the past that can't be replaced. Historic structures also have economic value, in some ways more obvious than others. So I think that we're all familiar with the fact that a lot of communities benefit from, say, heritage tourism. But there's economic value associated with historic structures in other ways as well. The decision, for example, to adaptively reuse an old building rather than to build a new one is a more effective way to stimulate the economy, since fixing up old buildings requires more labor and less material. That economic stimulation also tends to reverberate, since those people who are getting paid for labor are going to spend the money in the community. What's more, historic preservation has economic value for individual property owners. There are now a number of studies which demonstrate this quite clearly. These studies have taken place in different parts of the country over long periods of time, comparing apples to apples, and what they demonstrate is that homes in historic districts are more valuable than similar homes in similar neighborhoods that aren't in districts, and what's more, homes in those districts appreciate at a more rapid rate. So a variety of economic reasons to preserve our older buildings. Finally then, preserving old buildings is good for the environment. There are some obvious ways that this is the case, right? Recycling is good for the environment. But don't take my word for it. I would encourage you to Google the greenest building. And I'll give you a spoiler alert. It's one that's already built. But the National Trust for Historic Preservation commissioned a study on this relatively recently, and what it demonstrates is by trying to quantify the environmental value of building reuse, what it demonstrates is almost always offers environmental savings to preserve a building rather than to construct a new one. Indeed, even the most energy efficient green new building will take at least 10 and up to 80 years for its efficiencies to overcome the negative climate change impacts created during the construction process. So these are 5 reasons, I think, that we ought to support and promote preservation. And in honor of Preservation Month, I've brought for council members the updated, newly released version of the Landmarks Commissioned Eau Claire Landmarks book. So this was completed with the help, I would point out, of an intern from the university. There have been some homes that have been added, new photographs taken of the old ones, and I think it's really quite handsome. So thanks very much.
You're very welcome. I was very impressed with your comments. Please do. You can frame this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mann. Next, I would like to invite Aaron Salmon, the chair of the bicycle. Is Aaron here? Yes, I see him. Just read a little bit of the proclamation then. Do you have some words too?
Yeah, I have some words. Did you want to read that? Or
yeah.
The proclamation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Usually I edit it.
Okay, sounds good.
Next, we're turning our attention to the bicycle culture in our community with the following proclamation. Whereas the City of Eau Claire Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission is promoting greater public awareness of the benefits of bicycling to encourage more people to use bicycles and leave their vehicles at home. And the city was designated a bicycle-friendly community in 2011 and 2015. And bicycle commuting is an effective means to improve air quality, reduce traffic and noise, conserve energy, and encourage a healthier lifestyle. May 16th through the 20th is National Bike to Work Week. And therefore, the City Council does hereby proclaim Friday, May 20th as National Bike to Work Day, and the week of June 5th as Wisconsin Bike Week, right, in the city of Eau Claire. Mr. Salmon.
Thank you. Hi, thank you. I just wanted to thank the
Council for the proclamation. The Wisconsin Bike Week in June is going to be an action-packed week to celebrate all things bicycling. We have representatives from multiple organizations coordinating on activities for the entire week. I can pass out a rough draft of those activities here. But some of those organizations are the Eau Claire Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Commission, the Chippewa Valley Transit Alliance, Wisconsin Bike Fed, Volume 1, West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission, Friends of the Chippewa River State Trail. If it's one thing that bikes do, it's bring community together. There are even more sponsors that help support all those events. Eau Claire Express, Gordy's Market, Soul Brewed Coffee Roasters, Volume 1 in the local store, the Friends of the Chippewa River State Trail, Eau Claire Bike and Sport, Riverside Bike and Skate, Just Local Food, and the Club MTC Makerspace in Chippewa. During that week, there'll be group mountain bike rides, morning commuter stations, maintenance workshops, raffles, group and family ride-ins to movies, baseball games, the Thursday summer concert, and there'll even be an open house for the Metropolitan Bicycle Pedestrian Plan. As we get closer to the Wisconsin Bike Week, we'll have a finalized schedule and a complete list of sponsors. But over the last year, our community has made fantastic progress to promote and encourage biking in the area. We have a diverse group of people working tirelessly to build on that progress. This bike map, which came out last year, is a great representation of that work. And as we are a bicycle-friendly community, bronze level, that designation is awarded by the League of American Bicyclists. And we had Steve Clark from the Bike League come to our city and do a site visit and a little summit to kind of bounce ideas off each other and talk about ways we can move forward and get the next level of that award, which is the silver status, which we will continue to focus on basically the 6 E's, which is a scoring system for infrastructure and outreach, equality, engineering, enforcement, education, encouragement, and evaluation. I should also mention that there are 5 teams of city employees that are participating in the 2016 National Bike Challenge. So if you know those people, good luck to them and egg them on. You can go online and see where they're ranked. But just thanks for being advocates in practice and continuing to support our work.
Okay. Next, we turn to a recognition of EMS, Emergency Medical Services Week, with Sergeant Schultz.
Hi.
Hi.
How you doing? I'm perfect. How are you?
So I'll just read a part of this and then tell us a little about your work.
Absolutely.
Okay. With this proclamation, we declare that whereas emergency medical services are vital to our community, and the members of the Eau Claire Fire and Rescue are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and the members of emergency medical service teams, whether career or volunteer, engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. And the Eau Claire Fire and Rescue personnel visit area grade schools, providing EMS and water safety education to over 1,500 4th and 5th grade students. And it's appropriate, therefore, to recognize the value and the accomplishments of emergency medical service providers. Therefore, the City Council does proclaim the week of May 15th through the 21st as Emergency Medical Services Week. Deputy.
Thank you.
Is it deputy?
Division.
Division Chief.
Thank you much. How you doing, guys? I'm just going to give you some numbers this year, just kind of as far as what we've been doing, just kind of give you an update. And I know some of you may have heard before, but I'm going to toot our own horn a little bit on this. So, We've come a long ways in 20 years. We started with 11 paramedics on the department out of, I believe, 90 personnel. And right now we've got 57 trained paramedics, which is the highest level of EMS that can be provided in the state for 911 calls. We also have 33 EMT basics, which is it's a little bit lower provider, but they still do the same as far as the patient assessment. They just don't have quite as many toys to play with as what the paramedics do. Last year in 2015, we did 1,900 hours of EMS training for the entire department. That included refresher hours, specialized training certifications, and so on. In 2015, the whole department responded to approximately 8,400 calls for service. Of those, 7,200 were EMS-related incidents. So it's a large part of our operation. Of those incidents, we responded to 55 what we call intercepts, paramedic level intercepts, where an outlying ambulance service will call for assistance because they want advanced level care. So they called us for service. We have agreements with approximately 13 different agencies on that. This year already, we've responded to 20 intercepts, advanced level intercepts. Our injuries, our largest number of injuries are falls, and last year we responded to 1,100 falls, which we are working on a falls risk reduction program. The second largest cause of injuries was 371 motor vehicle crashes, and then bringing up our number 3 was assaults, actually, at 69. And lastly, our numbers, and again, I know you've heard some of these preliminary before, but our cardiac arrest data, where someone is pulseless and essentially clinically dead, this year we've already responded to 33 of those level calls. And of those, we've restored a pulse and delivered the patient with a pulse to the hospital on 13 of them, which is just shy of 40%, which again is an astronomical number. So kudos to our EMS crews. They're doing a fabulous job, and thank you very much for all of your support.
Thank you. I'll see you later.
Next, we'll shift gears a little bit and talk about the first ever Economic Development Week in the city. I guess the whole gang's coming up?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Come on, the whole gang. Wow. Seems like we've had a lot of firsts this year. Today, we're glad to talk again for just a minute about another first, an important first, something all these people feel very passionate about. So, briefly, I will read, whereas the International Economic Development Council is celebrating its 90th anniversary in 2016, and the City of Eau Claire recognizes that economic developers promote economic well-being and quality of life in their communities and help create, retain, and expand jobs that facilitate growth, enhance wealth, and provide a stable tax base, and stimulate entrepreneurs in order to help establish the next generation of new businesses. The City Council does hereby proclaim the week of May 18th through the 14th as Economic Development Week. A few comments.
Sure. Well, thank you, President Kincaid and City Council, for recognizing the economic development profession. It only took us 90 years to have our first ever, so we really want to make the most of it.
We are Eau Claire after all.
We want to thank you also for the budgets, the programs, and the policies that help us work with the business community in making it a vibrant city and to create jobs and create wealth. I'm also honored to have my peers here today, and I wanted to say their names and let you recognize them. We have representatives from the state level, the region, and the county, and down to our city level. So I'll read them off, and if you want to raise your hand when I do. So we have Marie Steenledge from Wisconsin Economic Development Corporation. We have Lynn Nelson and Beth Waldhart from the West Central Wisconsin Regional Plan Commission. We have James Hankey from XL Energy, but he also has been a past board president of Momentum West. We have the Eau Claire Area Chamber of Commerce, Scott Rogers. We have our County Eau Claire Area Economic Development Corporation, Luke Hansen. Christina Wasson, and I want to thank Christina for helping me so much with this week. We also have Patrick Gatchen and Burl Weemet. And then we also have my staff, Selena Heller and Amy Common here. And I should include Kelly Thompson because she works on RDA and she's kind of part of my staff too. I told her she could stand up. And then last but not least, we have one of the first economic development professionals in the Eau Claire area who has done a tremendous amount of work for economic development on the state level too through the Wisconsin Economic Development Association. He's also a former council member and he's a recent winner of the Frederick Pierce Award through WIDA for the outstanding efforts in economic development. Tom Mihailov. So thank you again for your support, and we appreciate the recognition of this week.
The picture of collaboration is really, really wonderful. We talk about that we work together a lot in the Chippewa Valley, but this is a story that we do work together. So thanks for all standing up here together. Okay. We finish our proclamations this week on a sober note, and I would invite the police officers present to join me at the podium.
I am, yep.
Okay, I'll just read part of this.
Yep.
As I said, we end on a sober note this afternoon. Whereas the Congress and President of the United States have designated May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which it falls as Police Week, and the members of law enforcement in the city of Eau Claire and in the Chippewa Valley play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of citizens of Eau Claire. And it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of our police department. And each year, Police Week is an opportunity to honor these police officers who, through their courageous deeds, have lost their lives or have become disabled in the performance of duty. And the Eau Claire Police Department has grown to be a modern and scientific law enforcement agency that increasingly provides this vital public service. Therefore, in gratitude, the City Council calls upon all citizens of Eau Claire and upon all patriotic, civil, and educational organizations to observe the week of May 15th through May 21st as Police Week in the city of Eau Claire. Chief.
Thank you. Good afternoon. On behalf of the Eau Claire Police Department, I would like to thank each of you for declaring this proclamation. It's important to take time to remember and honor those men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. These men and women were not only police officers, but they were also sons, daughters, husbands, wives, fathers, mothers, friends, and neighbors. During the National Police Week, there are several events that are taking place across the country. May 13th through May 15th, there will be numerous ceremonies conducted in Washington, D.C., recognizing fallen officers from the entire United States. On May 20th, there will be a ceremony held at the Wisconsin State Capitol, honoring all the fallen officers in Wisconsin. And on May 16th, we will be having a local ceremony to honor the fallen officers from the northwest region of Wisconsin. Specific Eau Claire officers that will be recognized are Chief Elmer Sunby, who was killed in 1921, Robert Bolton, who was killed in 1982, and Steve Hahn, who retired from our Eau Claire Police Department and was working part-time for the Eau Claire County Sheriff's Department when he died in a car crash in 2006. Our local ceremony starts at 10 a.m. at the Florian Gardens with Captain Jerry Voigt from the State Patrol as the keynote speaker. This ceremony is open to the public and we would be happy to see everyone there. So thank you again. Thanks.
And now it's our responsibility to move on with our work of the afternoon, which begins with our business agenda. And item 13, a resolution granting a temporary Class B fermented malt beverage and temporary wine beverage to the Chippewa Valley Museum for the Chamber of Commerce business after hours. Mr. Hofer.
Thank you. This is one in a run of monthly Chamber of Commerce business after hours events. This month's event is going to be at the Chippewa Valley Museum. They are the applicant. Very much standard expectations, 2 licensed bartenders, volunteers to monitor consumption and underage consumption, signs posted at various entry points. The applicant is here if there are operational questions, but the License Review Committee did not have any objections to granting this license.
Questions for Mr. Hofer? I see none. Thank you. On a motion then by Councilmember Beaton, seconded by Councilmember Worthman, item 13 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emanuel.
Aye.
McCabe.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel. T-Walk.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 14 is a resolution accepting and appropriating $26,135 in a grant money from the State of Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources for acquisition of 1625 Loken Lane. Ms. Townsend.
Hi. This grant application was actually submitted initially in 2014. We just received the grant here in 2016. It was for the acquisition of this property at 1625 Loken Lane, which we acquired in 2013. So these funds will just go back to our land acquisition account to fund other acquisitions since it's already been acquired.
Questions for Ms. Thompson? Thank you. On a motion by Councilmember Zhang, seconded by Councilmember Larson, then item 14 is moved. Questions? Discussion. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Walk.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman. John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emanuel.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 15 is a resolution granting a permanent encroachment to Sculpture Tour Eau Claire to add a new location to the existing Sculpture Tour exhibit at the intersection of Galloway and North Dewey Street. Mr. Solberg.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
The resolution you have before you grants a permanent encroachment for the placement of a sculpture in the southeast quadrant of the Galloway Street, Dewey Street intersection. If granted, the encroachment would begin tomorrow, May 11th, and would run through July 1st, 2017. Here is an aerial view showing that intersection again with the crosswalk, and the yellow dot denotes where the statue would go. And the statue, here is a picture of the statue. It was previously on a previous sculpture tour and will be displayed on a semi-permanent basis at that location. That'll take any questions.
Questions? I see none. Thank you for that work. On a motion by Councilmember Mitchell, seconded by Councilmember Emanuel, then item 15 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Walk.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Beaton.
Aye.
Emanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye. And that resolution passes.
Item 16 is a resolution receiving the Transit Center Site Selection Study developed by West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. The resolution that we will consider is in our online packet on page 77. So we'll begin, of course, with questions, but ultimately we'll be turning our attention to that resolution either as amended or not amended. Mr. Wagner, in case we have questions or follow-up from last evening?
Yeah, thank you.
Questions? Councilmember Strobel.
Actually, I had a question for Mr. Schatz.
Did you have a question for Mr. Wagner? Oh, okay. Mr. Schatz.
Thank you, Mr. Schatz. I didn't ask this last night, but I was thinking about it. And since you just got an award for economic development, I'm going to have you put that hat back on. And from an economic development standpoint, from all the sites that were chosen here to look at for this transit center location, which one of them, in your opinion, would be the most prime spot for private development?
Well, there's a lot of good sites, but I can tell you on a couple of the sites, we've had various developers in town looking at lots of different options, and I know the one from La Crosse, Ann and I were taking him around, and he thought that the railroad site was a prime, easy developable site because you had riverfront and such, and it was right close to the new ramp. He really liked the Farwell site as for a new transit mixed-use center. Another developer, in-town developer, thought the same thing, that the railroad lot was prime for many different things, and that but he didn't like the Farwell Street lot either. He thought it should be right where it is now, and so, there's been various opinions by a couple of developers. I haven't heard from all of them, but when we have them doing our tours, we talk about potential things that we've been discussing and looking at. So,
follow up on that? So, as far as a developer will say, we haven't even put that out for an RFP to private developers at this point, have we?
No, I would say that it's been a discussion at the staff level, as when we looked at putting TIFs together and such. When the new ramp comes online, it might allow something like the railroad street to the surface parking might not be as needed with the new ramp. So it's been thought that maybe at some time that could be a lot that we would put out for development, but it hasn't gone any further than kind of the staff discussions, and no RFPs.
Thank you.
Councilman, you didn't have a question?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Schatz. Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wagner, for all the work that you've put into this, and certainly the West Central Wisconsin Regional Planning Commission. It's a very comprehensive report for certain. I have a couple of questions about site number 2. In the scoring, the 4 sites that are mentioned in our resolution today are 4 and 9, and then it says that we will also accept proposals for 3 and 7, which are the 4 top scoring potential sites according to the analysis here. Site number 2 is the very next one. It's 7 points. And in the 4, the report shows the cost for total acquisition, relocation, and demolition for the 4 top sites, but it doesn't show that for the other sites. And I'm just curious where site number 2 falls in that, since it's kind of close to making the grade, I guess.
Sure.
I'm just curious I'd like to know a little more information about the relocation, demolition costs for that site.
Okay. On that site, there is an asterisk about the cost for the total market value being close to $900,000, but it does not include the Western Dairyland, which is an exempt parcel. So that would be on the
south side of that. I believe it's right here along, sorry, wrong one. Right here along Wisconsin Street. So I would, there are, let's see, 6 parcels, 4 owners, 1 convenience store and 2 offices. So I would expect the demolition costs to be lower on that site than it was on, for example, site number 7 or site number 5.
Site number 4?
4.
Do you think it'd be more than 4?
With 4, we weren't talking about demolition of the historic buildings, but it would probably be more in line with the cost because of the other buildings that would.
How do you suppose it would compare with 3?
With site 3, it would probably be much lower.
Okay. And then just a question about the system logistics. 2 is also right on the east-west corridor and between Farwell and Barstow. 3 and 4 are also between Farwell and Barstow, but not quite as close to the east-west corridor. I noticed the scoring is 0 for the system logistics section of the scoring there. Is there something less advantageous, you think, to 2 than there is to 3 or 4?
Just that it's a little bit further north, so those routes that are going to the south side, which are several of our routes, would have a little bit more time, might have to make some adjustments to the timing on those routes, that's all.
Okay. Thank you.
More questions for Mr. Wagner? I see, Councilmember Worthman.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Wagner, just thinking about these different sites, the 2 preferred ones, can you talk about accessibility and sort of moving forward with the fact that, North Barstow, I imagine there's going to still be quite a lot of build out. Block 7 is being talked about. We, of course, have the Haymarket Landing. What's the role of sort of the population or the number of people living in downtown, and whether like one of the sites, my sense is that accessibility to a site, especially if we have a lot of people living residentially in downtown, it would make more sense for a transit center to be close to where residential areas are happening, and versus site number 9, which is maybe a little bit more of a walk. I don't know. Do you have a feeling for whether, for example, if students wanted to get on to a bus from the Haymarket Landing, whether site 9 might be a little bit more difficult to get to? I'm trying to sort of weigh those pieces up, and I think there's a great argument to be made for the fact that the southern part of Barstow, needs a little bit of redevelopment focus as well in its own right. So, what are some of the decisions that you see right there?
I would say, as far as accessibility, I think you're right in that one of the strengths of site number 4 is accessibility to a lot of the activity that people are going to downtown. It's attractive for the workers at RCU, JAMF, and the residents that you mentioned. We've already got a request from the university to redo our route so that it goes closer to the Haymarket, and we're looking into that. And so that site would, that's the strength of that site, is that it is more accessible. Site number 9, it's more in line with what our current system is. There wouldn't need to be hardly any adjustment to that, but it would take some work to make that site accessible, especially being on the other side of Farwell Street there.
Thank you again, Mr. Wagner. You're very familiar with this study, obviously.
Thank you.
We appreciate it. Would you mind leaving that map up there while we deliberate? Thank you. There being no further questions, the chair will move the item, as is our custom, on a motion by Councilmember Emanuel, seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer. And discussion is in order. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make some comments tonight, but before I make my prepared remarks, I also want to offer to my council member colleagues that as we discuss and kind of organically figure out what we're going to do tonight, if it seems like there's not an appetite to pass this tonight, I've got a couple of options that I'd like to have us consider, but I'm not going to start there. Just know it's in the wings. I want to share a little bit about, I guess, my takeaways and my vision that I have as in my experience of serving on the site selection committee and attending all of the meetings. I think that in our future, we are poised to have something that is more than just replacing an existing building. I think this can be more than just blending in with the community. Rather, I think that this new transit center can be a catalytic centerpiece that does the following: supports and serves the existing ridership with increased dignity and efficiency, attracts an increased ridership that will spur increased revenue that will help sustain and advance the services our city provides. Increasing a local ridership is of utmost importance for the long-term viability of public transportation, as this city, along with others in the state, have experienced decreased federal and state funding. With this reality, it is imperative that the city finds reasonable ways to increase revenue for public transportation. I also think that a catalytic centerpiece helps to facilitate a multimodal culture in our city, making public transportation more of a preferred choice over driving. I want to share a story about what helped get me so excited about public transportation, and I think I might have shared it with a few of you before, so I hope you bear with me as I share it again. When I was in my, youth age, from, probably about 5th grade on, and when I lived in California with my parents, I would commute on public transportation between my parents' homes. And I would take something called BART, which stands for Bay Area Rapid Transit. It's kind of like the subway in San Francisco Bay Area. And when I'd get on the BART train and I'd get off, my job was to call my dad to let him know I was there. And he would come pick me up. But I loved getting out of the station and smelling the city. So I didn't call him for like an hour after I got there, because I smelled fresh orange juice out at the station from a food truck. I smelled fresh bagels and sun-dried tomato cream cheese that I'd always go and get. And after about an hour of looking around in the shops and having a couple treats, I called my dad and say, "I'm here, Dad. I'm ready for you to pick me up." And he would. And when I think about public transportation for Eau Claire, just have this vision that people love taking public transportation. That in addition to people who rely on this, that people say, "Man, I step off the bus or I step out of the transit center and I smell our city." Not all urban smells are good smells, but there's a lot of wonderful, attractive smells in a city that I think we're really inching our way towards. So, in a city where we have riders who rely on transit for childcare, grocery shopping, getting to medical appointments, in a city where over 12,000 people come downtown every day for work, in addition to key downtown amenities, including the farmers market, summer concerts, and soon a new theater. Can this transit center be more than replace an existing building? Yes. If done right, can this transit center be a catalytic centerpiece for our city? Yes. To the extent that the city works with the RFP, I implore the city to develop a proposal that inspires developers to submit realistic plans that achieve a vision of the city and serve citizens for years to come.
Further discussion? Councilmember Less?
Thank you. Well, I think based on the information in this well thought out plan and that included participation from a lot of people, and based on the fact that our transit needs are mentioned in 4 different publicly vetted plans: the downtown plan, the sustainability chapter for the comprehensive plan, the transportation system plan, and the transit development plan. All are consistent with the need for a new transfer center to replace the temporary one that was built in the 1980s. It has a porta potty outside. I think there's no question that we need a new transit transfer center. So the purpose of what we're doing here is to try and decide which site. And I with respect to whoever it was that said we should build it where the location is now, we've put a lot of planning and research and reporting together that shows that that's not the best site for us to put it. So I think we need to rely on the information that's given to us and the research that was done. The only thing that I would ask is that we maybe include one more site in our list of sites that we would accept RFPs on, and that would be site number 2. I think it's the relocation, demolition, and acquisition costs are, for that one, although they're not specifically outlined in the report here, are, from our information, appear to be consistent with somewhere between Site 4 and Site 3. It's located on the east-west corridor. It's still in the neighborhood of a lot of residential urban living areas. It's close to Jamf and RCU, and it's closer certainly than Site 9 is to the Cannery District, which will be developing before too long. So I would, in particular, if there's a private developer that sees an opportunity for some sort of a investment in a mixed-use facility, I would hope that 2 could be included as an option for our RFPs. So I'm going to offer amendment in the hopes that there will be a second for it to paragraph number 3 in the resolution under now therefore. That would include number 2. So the city will also accept proposals for the sites identified as include number 2 and then 3 and 7 in the study.
A motion has been offered. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Emanuel. Discussion is in order on the motion to amend. Councilmember Beaton.
Councilmember Larson, I do share your interest in number 2. I think it's an area that really has potential for more redevelopment. The only issue I have with it is it's the only site out of the 9 sites that we were given that has negative environmental sensitivities. Is there any, Mr. Wagner, perhaps you can explain those environmental sensitivities?
I am pretty sure that the main reason for that is a fuel station located there, and so there will be issues with making sure that that gets addressed, taken care of. That would be my concern about that.
I have a follow-up. Care of that fuel station, was that considered into the cost that was included?
That wasn't included in the there was no cost analysis done on that site, but that would play into that.
Okay.
That would increase that cost.
Okay.
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. Well, thankfully, we're not selecting a site tonight. I mean, and I think we need to keep that in mind because we're not ready to do that at all. All we're doing is saying that we accept the report. Good job, everybody, and let's get some RFPs. I don't see any reason for not adding number 2 to the list. So I will be voting in favor of your amendment. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. And I just wanted to share, too, that the part of this process is to do an environmental study and to bring it back to this body. So we'll be gathering more information before anything else were to go forward. So it might come back and say, this is a big hairy mess, and if you want it, this is what you got to deal with. Or it could come back of, well, you do this, and you're good to go. So we won't know until we study it.
Further discussion on the motion to amend? Does everyone understand the motion to amend? Those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And opposed? The resolution is amended as per the motion. We're back to the resolution, and further discussion is in order. Councilmember Strobel.
Yes, thank you. I have a problem with us using site number 4. I think it's not the best use of that property. I think it's a prime economic, prime private development parcel that we haven't, the city hasn't even put out for an RFP for private development at all yet. I think the transit center is going to take a lot of public financing, and I think the transit center could spur or revitalize parts of downtown that maybe need it a little more than this site, and I think we should take that into consideration when we do this. All of our downtown plans that we've had in the past have said we need to utilize our rivers and did not put parking by them, including probably bus parking and a whole lot of traffic with buses coming and going right by the river. So I don't think this is the best spot for that. One of the other reasons I'd like to eliminate Site 4 is that, again, the site's going to take a lot of public financing. And I don't know if the supporters of this are thinking TIF financing, but I don't think there's a whole lot of TIF available in TIF number 8. As a matter of fact, for the requirement that we have now to support the 3 stories of the parking ramp and some of TIF number 8, we're counting on development from Block 7 and the liner building. That hasn't materialized yet. We may need to put site number 4 out for private development to help us cover those expenses. So I think we have to keep that into consideration. The wood motor lot, on the other hand, is in TIF 11. TIF 11 is in a little bit better condition than that, and so I guess I would like to remove site number 4 from consideration. I'm afraid that if we offer it for an RFP and it's selected, that may preclude the city from getting any other private development on that site. So I guess I'll make a motion. We'll see how it goes. Just that on number 3 of the resolution there, number 2, I'm sorry. It says on sites number 4 and 9 as recommended in the study. I think you could just eliminate number 9. Or number 4. I like number 9 actually. Number 4.
A motion has been offered and seconded by Councilmember Van Hayden. Discussions in order on the motion to amend. Councilmember Van Hayden.
Yes. I would confer with Councilmember Strobel on this. You look at that piece of property, it is a very advantageous piece of property that could be developed into something very special along the river. And I think this is something that we've had as a discussion in downtown Eau Claire, even though the transfer center, whether it's a 9 or 1, 2 or 1, is still in downtown, but it's not setting it in our key properties. And I think from that standpoint, we've had many discussions. We had a study done on tax-exempt properties or city-owned properties within the area, and I think we have to make sure that we put forth our best piece of properties for future future private use, so that we can continue the growth that we're seeing in downtown Eau Claire. Not that the transit center isn't a positive thing, but I think we've got the wood motor lot would be ideal for that. It's the lowest cost area, and it does not conflict, and it also could jumpstart an area. I'm not trying to sell the area now, but that has a different, whereas in number 4, that is ideal for a private development for something along the river that could be very nice and very attractive to downtown.
Councilmember Duval.
Thank you, Council President. I also looked at this particular lot and thought maybe not the best. I thought one of the limitations is that of growth. And when we're along the river and we're going to be boxed in, one by a bridge and then some property, it didn't seem the best expandable, as that was one of the goals of the transit. It is, I agree with both council members. It also is only addressable from a couple sides, where the transit center, where it currently is and many others, have all four sides open to access. Here we're limited to a couple. So I don't think it makes as strong as case for that. And certainly the revenues that could be increased to the city as riverfront development is done will be much higher on the tax base that we can get revenue from. From a public service, I'm sure I work for a public outfit and we would love to have just all our facilities on the river. And however, we've chosen other properties that are not as high cost or esteemed. So I think there's a value question to be looked at. Thanks.
Councilmember Worth.
Thank you, Madam President. If I could just remind folks making this motion as well to think about La Crosse and what they've done in La Crosse, where they've actually created their transit center in a mixed-use building where they have both commercial space and residential space, and it goes up 6, 7, maybe even 8 stories, if you've seen it. And so they're making the most out of their private partnerships in that sense, where they have businesses and office space, they have people living above, and on the ground floor they have buses coming in and out. And it's something to keep in mind as an option that this doesn't have to be one or the other. And if it's co-located, we can maybe, get the greatest bang for our buck by doing it right there.
Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I have something more to say in addition to that. With respect, I definitely will not be able to support this amendment. I think at this point, it's premature to cut off the possibilities of what's out there. I think for the exact points of this is prime real estate, I think for me, it's even more compelling to support this just to keep it on the list of possible options. One, because if the goal is, for me, it's really important to increase that ridership, to put it right across from the parking ramp. If this even gets selected or something even comes forward, I think it's fantastic, where it makes it more attractive for people to ride the bus and choose to ride the bus than to take their vehicles and just choose public transportation over that. I also think it's really important that in a public building, we facilitate all citizens being able to touch and feel and interact with our most prized pieces of public real estate. And I love the idea of that. But more than location 4, which is my favorite spot, more than that, it's important to me that we have, that we allow enough room and enough space to entertain kind of dreams from developers of what they envision, what they can help bring to our city. And maybe Site 9 or maybe Site 2, or who knows what will happen. We just don't know what's going to happen in the future, but something catalytic is possible to happen. And at this point, I just think it's really premature to categorically deny the opportunity to study something. Hopefully, the city will receive multiple proposals, and at that point, we can evaluate, well, this is not a good idea, or hey, this is a great idea, and make those final decisions then. But I think it's really important today that the council allows as much reasonable flexibility for developers to bring some ideas and proposals to us.
Councilmember Larson.
Thank you. I sympathize with some of the points that were made by Council Members Strobel and Von Hayden, but for reasons that have kind of partially already been explained, I just don't think this is the right time to eliminate sites that have been recommended to us by this committee that's worked months on it. I do think we need to narrow it down from 9. I obviously thought we should include 2 in the mix, but I just want to see what the RFPs look like. It is possible that it would be we could have a nice mixed-use development there that includes, private development along the river and a bus transfer center. So let's just see what happens, and when it comes back to us again, we'll talk about eliminating sites.
Councilmember Strobel?
I just, one more thing. I just want to, Councilmember Worthman, I appreciate what you said about the lacrosse facility. That's a gorgeous facility. It's really nice. But I don't think they built it on the river. And as far as the private investment that went into it, according to the study here, lacrosse costs like $32 million. 24 million came from stimulus money, FTA capital, WIDA, and federal housing stimulus money. And then $8.5 million came from their TIF. So that's a total of 32-some million. I'm not quite sure where the private investment came in that, but they didn't build it on the river. And so that's my point. And I really would like to preserve the spot for private development. So I'm done.
Councilmember Beaton?
I just wanted to add to Councilmember Worthman's comments. I'm just looking at the map of square footage that that the study gave. It looks like about more than 1/3 of the area was designated for commercial space. So, and a lot of that was dedicated to bus loading area, and then also the bus transfer center. But more than 1/3 was dedicated to the commercial space. So I do think that we can have both a transfer center and private development. Thank you.
Councilmember Klinkow?
Thank you. I'm really on the fence on this. Coming into the meeting, I was thinking the more sites that could be looked at by developers, the better we'd be. I guess I have a question of this site in question, and it would be probably directed at Mr. Schatz, if he's still here. One of the reasons why I thought this lot would be good because it is desirable and it would generate possibly more interest on the part of private developers. But in listening to some of my fellows members here, in your opinion, do you think that that site is so desirable that it would shut off interest in any of the others?
So we're talking the
Lot 4.
Site 4.
Right. So that, if that's on the table along with the other 4, is there going to be so much interest in that lot that they're not even going to consider the others?
Well, it's certainly going to be a site that they could do a lot with.
Right.
I think the options you have on Lot 4 are way greater than on some of the other sites. And as we discussed at the committee level, if you had a site like Lot 4 where you have riverfront, you would most definitely want to have a commercial portion of it and housing. Whereas on the Farwell lot, you might not have commercial, you might have housing and parking and such. So depending on the sites, you're going to have to look at what the surrounding areas, what the future might lie. But I think you would definitely get interest, but a portion of the building is not going to be, might not be taxable depending on how it's structured. The financing that it would take, of course, if TIF is involved, as was pointed out, TIF 8 needs something already, and if you add to it your expense, you got to get more on the revenue side. So I think that was one of the things that Councilmember Strobel was getting at, whereas on the other site, you're kind of at ground zero there. So I think as you get if you do these and get all the RFPs, later you're going to have the bigger discussions on costs and what would go into those lots and such. But I would think definitely 4 is going to attract, the most amount of interest, but maybe not just for, a transit center. There are other ideas that have been, I've heard, for that site. So it won't stop things. I mean, you'll have a chance for further discussions and everything, and you're going to get into some bigger issues eventually when you get to the costs and everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Before us is a motion to amend. I see that discussion has ended. I will do a roll call on this motion. An aye vote would remove option 4 from item 2. An aye vote would remove option 4.
Councilmember Larson.
No.
Mitchell.
No.
Strobel.
Aye.
T-Wall.
Aye.
Von Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
No.
John.
No.
Eaton.
No.
Emmanuel.
No.
Kincaid.
No.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Horse sounds are not permitted in We practice being civil and grown up every meeting. But I did interpret that as an aye. Was that right?
That is.
Okay. Well, the nays prevailed on a 7-4 vote, and number 4 remains in option 4 remains in number 2. So we're back to the resolution as once amended. Further discussion. Councilmember Mitchell, thank you. So I'm going to support this resolution as it is here amended. But as the staff prepares the RFPs, I'm still concerned about what the goals of this project are. Mr. Wagner says it's to replace the transit center, simple and clear. Others say it's to increase ridership, to spur economic development, to serve as a catalyst for downtown, to provide low-income housing, all worthy goals, but I think that if we're going to focus the RFP productively, those goals should be settled on, and I don't know that we can do that here tonight, but I hope that the staff will have some further discussion about exactly what we're doing here. That did not come through, in my opinion, in this study. But I will support this resolution tonight, because I think we need to move on. Councilmember Strobel.
Could I have one more question of staff? Would doing this preclude staff from going out for an RFP for any type of facility or on the railroad lot? Could that be done as well, to see what other options are out there? Or is this just limited strictly to we're doing an RFP for the transit center on that site? And if that site is sort of chosen as the main one, does it keep development from searching for a new tenant there?
The resolution before you is to go out for an RFP that is principally to replace the current transfer center, but looking for mixed use or commercial or other things, and incorporate many of the things that have been talked about last night and today. If you wanted separate proposals that were simply for development, that would take some other direction.
Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to take the Council President up on her offer to have a kind of a wider discussion on how we approach this topic tonight in response to Councilmember Mitchell's question that you asked, or your point that you brought up. One solution I talked to the city manager about already is to accept the report as is and add an amendment that would create a work session that would set some priorities from the council and staff working together on what exactly are the goals of this new transit center. That would mean then we would have another meeting as a body, which I don't know if people are interested in or not, but we could still pass this tonight and and the city manager could still be directed to prepare RFPs contingent upon a work session between council and staff to set priorities. I'm okay either way. I think we've had a really good discussion. I think the city manager has had an opportunity to hear some of the values, and I just put that out on the table if that's of interest to you or other people.
I think Councilmember Emmanuel is wondering if we want to meet again to collectively advance our goals in this project. Councilmember, I saw 2 shakes of the head this way.
Is it my turn to speak?
I think so.
Thank you. No noises. Okay. It seems to me that if we approve this, we send out an RFP, we look at proposals, we can, and in the process of prior to sending out the RFPs, we can make a directive to do what we think we should ask of them. But it seems to me that if we are fortunate enough to get a choice of options on sites and types of buildings, etc., we have the option. We choose which we want to do and what we don't want to do. So that discussion is going to occur whether we add something to this or not. So I don't know why we would need to complicate it.
So, having worked with you all a lot, I can tell that there's not an appetite for a work session. Are you acceptable of that?
Yep, I accept that, and I was comfortable either way, and since it was brought up, besides just in my mind, I thought I'd put it out there in the sunshine for some discussion, so thank you.
I think it is a good point that Councilmember Mitchell makes and Councilmember Emmanuel enforces, that there is a list of priorities, I think they call it, or in the report, but they really don't help us get down to what are the goals of a new transit center, which would affect where we decide to put it even, or what it looks like. So I do think that's a fundamental piece that we could ask be developed. I agree with that. Councilmember Tebow.
Thank you, Council President. Kincaid, also, I think I also want to just use a little expanse to at least broach a subject, but I think we do need a criteria that helps specify what these goals are, and I agree with that. And while I am thankful for all previous work by all groups are never the sealed sign of approval. So we've added another site to look at. We chose not to eliminate one, and it is a process that'll come before council. As I look down the road, I am just wondering, and in all due respect to the entire transit committee, I want to ask this question for them to reflect on. The buses seem too large and too few. It seems in this day of more economic vehicles, of making a smaller fleet, of more numerous size, this is not a large city. What is new? What are the trends? That I don't know, but I do see down the line where the large dollars of capital and maintenance, could we be served better by some other models? And I would implore them with their expertise to research what other towns are doing with other models. Because small communities, agile vehicles may be a way to go and may be much more economical, much more friendly to the environment, and serve far more. I do want to also just add one thing that I did not see. It may be in there. I did not see any of the CVTC campuses mentioned in the study. So we have students walking from the Gateway campus, the Energy Center. We need bus service, and we do not have it at, what do we have? We have, I think, 5 different locations within the Eau Claire city limits. So something to look at. This is not an overnight process. As Councilmember Mitchell said, we are approving the RFP. I think it's good. We'll come back. We'll have knowledge. and we can go from there. Thank you.
Thoughtful insights all. Councilmember Jean.
Thank you. Friday night, I get to see something. I guess well, maybe Mr. Wagner, the commissioner, transit commissioner, and we'll work with possibly some goal or plan what we can submit to council or the city to look at it about what the purpose of the transit transfer station. I think we should be able to get that. Like I said, we'll contact Mr. Tom Wagner and the chair of the transit commission, and we'll look into it.
Your last comments, in the interest of time, or?
Has it been moved?
No.
It hasn't been moved?
The resolution is moved, so we're in discussion.
Right, and I'm gonna say, I'm not gonna be able to support it at this time, just simply because I don't like the railroad lot being included, and I think the focus on where we want to put it and why we want to put it should be settled first. And I think the community might need a larger discussion also on the future of transit in the city, and before we move anything forward with anything of this nature. I did think there was a lot of positives in this study. I actually really liked it. I thought there was a lot of things. Design matters, the use of facility matters. There was a lot of good examples of multi-use facilities that they had in here. But the thing I saw in there was like 80+% of that was paid for through federal funding, which I just don't see as being available right now for that. However, I did have an idea that I'd like to share with the group and also with who's ever sending out the RFPs, that maybe this would be an idea to get somebody to look at this project. I would contact the developers of the Biscuit Lofts and other developers that are familiar with historic tax credits, and I would maybe have them approach the Board of Education, see if they would potentially trade that building to have brand-new offices and potentially in this transit center. I think there's something a developer could potentially justify, and I think that'd be worthwhile reaching out to some of those people.
So we're full of ideas. I think we have a good flavor of them. And, Councilmember Van Hayden?
Just as a closing comment on this, I too had the concerns on 4, but I will support the motion because I believe that if we get the RFPs back, and the emphasis on a transfer center, the items that go with it then may enhance what other things we need, and that could have a real different impact on any of the 4 lots that sites we're looking at. So until we get the RFPs back, it's hard to really totally exclude or eliminate any one, because they're all good sites, and for that purposes, I will support it.
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. I would just offer that I found the Transit Development Plan a very helpful companion piece to this study. So some of the questions that Councilmember Tewalt asked, for example, are addressed in that the Transit Development Plan is a recent plan, before your time, but still a recent plan, and it's available online, so that's something we may want to refer to. Okay, everyone ready? Madam?
Councilmember Mitchell.
Aye.
Strobel.
No.
Tewalt.
Aye.
Van Hayden.
Aye.
Worthman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Eaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. That moves us to item 17, a resolution approving the renewal of the Chippewa Valley Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory Agreement with Eau Claire County and the City of Altoona. Chief.
Yes.
Good afternoon, President Kincaid and council members. My name is Jerry Staniszewski, Chief of Police for the City of Eau Claire. Included in your packet today is the intergovernmental cooperative agreement for the Chippewa Valley Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory. It's a mouthful. Which is up for renewal with a few updates. But before I go over the changes, I just wanted to give some background about the lab. I actually was formed in 2010, and I wanted to recognize Councilman Larson, who is actually the founder of our computer forensics lab when he was a deputy chief at the Eau Claire Police Department, the Detective Division. And he had a great vision, left it as a very strong legacy within the Eau Claire Police Department. It started with one detective as a full-time detective in the lab. We're up to 3 full-time detectives and 2 part-time detectives now, with the caseload that we've had and the need for the technology and in the increases in the specialty that it is. So it's really a tremendous, important part of our detective division right now, so thank you for that. The lab is a consortium of member agencies, which include the Eau Claire County Sheriff's Department, the Altoona Police Department, and the Eau Claire Police Department as the lead. This agreement has not been updated since 2010 when it was started, and there's been numerous technological advances which significantly impact the laboratory's operations. So I just wanted to go over the 4 changes that we made and then offer it for renewal. In Article 4, Section 4.05, we changed the language so that this agreement is renewed or reviewed on an annual basis and brought back to the council. This is only the second time that it's been brought in front of the council in the last 6 years. Article 5, Section 5.01 talks about the prerequisite training for investigators. Before it was vendor specific. Now there's a lot more vendors associated with computer forensics, so we have some more options. So it just lays out the basic training and leaves the vendor choices out. And then Article 8, Section 8.09 talks about the billing. Before we billed non-member agencies for the services we provided and the time. Now it's just a flat rate per hour. And we'll also have to adjust the schedule and fees licenses later on. Article 9, Section 9.01 talks about damage that may be caused to evidence by member agencies and the fact that they will be responsible to cover that themselves, not the lab in general. So otherwise, the agreement is the same as it's been for the last 6 years, and I recommend renewal with the changes.
Questions for Chief? I see none, and the council joins with you in congratulating or thanking Councilmember Larson for this vision. Thank you, Chief. On a motion that, well, I guess we should move this by Councilmember Larson, all right?
Thank you.
If I would if I could. And seconded by Councilmember Van Hayden. Item 17 is moved. Discussion? There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall, Van Hayden,
Aye.
Whitman.
Aye.
Strong.
Aye.
Eaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson.
Aye.
Mitchell.
Aye. And that resolution passes. Item 18 is a resolution authorizing an agreement with Chippewa Off-Road Bicycle Association for assistance in trail development at the Northwest Community Park. Mr. Quala.
Good evening, everyone. The agreement that you have before you basically is to more formalize a relationship we had with the Chippewa Off-Road Bike Group. We've worked with this organization extensively in the past, and largely in part with the development and construction of the ski trails and mountain bike trails at Northwest Park. The agreement more formalizes that relationship that we've had with those folks in the past. We've worked with them, relied on them for their consulting and construction and volunteerism to develop those trails. And we found that when we consult with the actual users, much like we did with our skate plaza at Lakeshore Park, when we actually consult with the users and the enthusiasts, we get a better product.
Questions for Mr. Quala? Thank you. Thanks for that work. On a motion by Councilmember Strobel, seconded by Councilmember Beaton, then item 18 is moved. Discussion. Being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Van Hayden.
Aye.
Whitman.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Eaton.
Aye.
Emmanuel.
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Item 19 is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding between the city, the Rotary Club of Eau Claire, and Downtown Eau Claire, Inc. for the installation and operation of decorative lighting on the Phoenix Park Bridge. Council members have questions about our presentation last night? Councilmember Strobel?
I was going to ask the city attorney, but he just left, so, I can ask Dale, or Mr. Peters. The agreement here says that it would be approved in substantially the same form. It's a long agreement. And I guess one of the things I was wondering if the Rotary and DECI have signed up to be responsible for the future operations and electrical costs on that. If they were to approach the North Barstow bid to cover those expenses, would that be in substantially the same form?
I defer to Janessa on that, but it sounds like if you're going to add an entirely new signatory to it, that might be, but I'll go ahead.
A new signatory would not be substantially the same form. However, if DECI and the Rotary wanted to seek out funds from another source, the agreement doesn't preclude them from doing that.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Stromberg. No further questions on a motion by Councilmember Worthman, seconded by Councilmember Zhang. Item 19 is moved. Questions or discussion? Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you. A brief statement to Mr. Anderson and to the university. I think many communities that have a university or a technical college kind of struggle with kind of insular activities. And I see this as another way that the university is coming to the city and bringing students in to be an integral part of the city experience while they're studying here. And hopefully some of them will want to stay here. So I think it's an excellent partnership, and not the first one of bringing the university downtown, but another one. And so I just thank you for being willing to have students come and partner and to provide services to the citizens in Eau Claire.
Thank you. And did I move this?
Yes.
Okay. There being no further discussion, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
McCabe,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel.
Aye.
And that resolution passes. It's a go, fellas and ladies. Item 20 then is a resolution approving a site plan in a P public district for the Miracle League Field in Jeffers Park. Questions of Mr. Tufti or the applicant? So, on a motion then by Councilmember Emmanuel, seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer. Item 20 is moved. Discussion. Councilmember Klinkhammer.
I sat on my first meeting of the Waterways and Parks when this was first presented to me, and again last evening. We've done a lot of great things since I was fortunate enough to have been elected to this body. I have to say that this is one of the more noble things that we have done, or I hope that we have done, because I hope it will pass. This is spectacular in its vision, and it's, I think it'll even be better in its execution and its use.
Further discussion? And there being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember John,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
McCabe,
Aye.
Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
Worthman.
And that resolution passes. Item 21 is a resolution approving the memorandum of understanding for the Miracle Field at Jeffers Park. Questions of Ms. Stromberger and a presentation?
Yep, so the site plan was just approved, now the agreement is in front of you. Mr. Fieber left pictures of the Miracle Field in case anybody had lingering questions as to what it looked like. You can see it's a rubberized surface, and there's an individual playing at one of the existing fields. So the agreement authorizes the building of the field, a family restroom storage building, installation of fencing, dugouts, special needs playground, additional handicap parking, as well as a paved drop-off area, and the installation of a scoreboard. It grants priority scheduling to the Miracle League for a period of 10 years. And beyond the priority scheduling, the field will be available to the city for scheduling as we do any other parks facility. The agreement allows for a reserve fund of $25,000, which will be used for repairs and eventual replacement of the field. And a separate operational agreement will be required before any play commences on the surface.
Questions for Ms. Stromberger? Thank you.
Thank you.
And on a motion, I got out of order a little bit, so on a motion by Councilmember Larson, seconded by Councilmember Mitchell, item 21 is moved. Discussion. There being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Beaton?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
McKay?
Aye.
Clinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Workman?
Aye.
Shaw?
Aye.
And that resolution passes. Thank you for bringing that to our community. Thank you. Moving through our business agenda, item 22 is a resolution approving a final condominium plat for 505 South Barstow Street condominiums. Mr. Tufti.
This is the property at South Barstow and Gray Street. It's the building with the acoustic cafe located inside. The lower level is common areas for parking and storage. The main level is 3 commercial units with mezzanine level tied to those commercial units. And the upper level is 15 residential units. Condo plat does not change the use of the property. It simply allows a different ownership and that you can now buy a condominium unit in downtown Eau Claire. The Declaration Association bylaws and other papers have been reviewed by the city attorney and approved, and the Plan Commission did recommend approval. Are there any questions?
Questions from Mr. Tufti? I see none. And on a motion by Councilmember Von Hayden, seconded by Councilmember Strobel, item 22 is moved. Discussion. Being none, clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Emmanuel?
Aye.
McKay?
Aye.
Clinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
Aye.
Workman?
Aye.
Shaw?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
And that resolution passes. The final item on our business agenda is a resolution approving a city council policy on tax increment financing. Do council members have questions from last night's discussion? Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you. I know there'll probably be a discussion period or a question period, but when the time is right, I have an amendment to make. I just thought I'd mention that.
Okay. We'll do some discussing first.
Okay.
And I'll get back to you. Councilmember Strobel.
I had a question for Mr. Wenzens.
Sure.
Probably asked this question before, but since we're looking at a new TIF policy, and part of it I saw was new during our work session, and I wonder if you can help me with that. The neighborhood planning process that we're going through now suggested this change on page 4, number 1, under eligible project costs is neighborhood revitalization. Can you explain how this would work? Will the money be spent on public infrastructure like parks? Would it fund code inspectors? Is the money recoverable from property taxes from the individual taxpayers? Or how, I guess, what is the criteria on that? Or what do you know that you could help us with?
Sure. Wisconsin statutes provide that, or include a provision that deals specifically with housing projects as they relate to tax incremental districts. And those statutes indicate that at such time as the project costs have been recovered, or the district is essentially broken even, that tax incremental districts may be extended, the life of the TID may be extended for 1 year, and the funds, the increment from that additional year used for housing projects. And the statute down towards the bottom here goes on to indicate that if the city receives tax increments for that purpose, that 75% of the increments need to be used to benefit affordable housing within the community, and that 25% can be used generally to improve the city's housing stock. That is all the direction that's provided in the statute. I think that it would be up to the city council at such time that we chose to potentially exercise that provision to define what that program is, or programs that the council wish to use those funds on. But by including that language within the council policy, it opens, I think, that door to that potential funding source for neighborhood revitalization.
Okay, thank you.
What language in particular opens that door?
I believe it's under
I'm sorry, page 4.
Yeah, page 4, number 1A, talks about what's in this category of public improvements of general public use, and I believe the last item listed in there is neighborhood revitalization.
And that opens that door?
Yes.
All right. Further questions? Councilmember Von Hayden.
Yes. Mr. Wenzan, been in contact by a couple of people with concerns that we will not commence with the construction until private investments are eminently or have been started. I realize that's not, those terminology is not in the document, but that really would be covered with the development agreement that we would sign with them prior to initiating anything?
Sure, if it was a developer-initiated project, we certainly wouldn't commence those improvements until that development agreement had been agreed to and approved by the city council. Now, that language, as I understand it, would also restrict TIDs such as the TID number 8, the North Barstow TID, where the city really did take the initiative to go in, make the improvements before we had any sort of a development agreement. That type of language, oftentimes, you basically wait till you have that initial project before you do any of that work, rather than being proactive like the community was in the North Barstow area.
No, I agree, because I think this, if it's a city-initiated TIF like we've done in some cases, or if it's a developer TIF, it's two different things. Because a developer TIF, we have to make sure that we have the protections. A city-initiated TIF is usually being done for a different purpose or a different reason with other factors involved in it.
Agreed.
So I understand that. Okay.
Councilmember Mitchell. I have a question. Has Eau Claire ever had a developer-initiated TIF?
I would probably put, personally, I would probably put TID 10 into that category. I mean, that was initiated by the Confluence project. I don't know, I mean, you know, I guess I would defer to people who have been in the community longer than I have, but since I've been here, that could fall into that category.
I was just curious. There's no reason for asking that.
Yeah.
Quickly on that one, and also if I could on Councilmember Von Hayden's prior question, I think
Mr. Winzen's is right. I mean, I think 10 is about as close as you have. It still isn't directly that way. It's still 10 is a broader TID, taking in a number of properties and larger community-related development. When you really think about a developer-specific or development-driven TID, you will see in some communities a TID that is nothing more than the development project proposed. It will be a one parcel TID, and we've never had one of those. But 10 is at least somewhat close. The other comments I would make is that, well, I agree with Mr. Winzen's that the North Barstow is certainly another example, as most of them then are, of a community-directed TID with a lot of upfront public infrastructure investment, namely Phoenix Park, but also acquisitions and relocations of utilities, both our public utilities and private ones, like an Xcel energy line that was running through that whole development area. There was a development that initiated that, and you heard from the president of him last night. Mr. Grosskloss was here on another item talking about it. So we did have a development agreement in place in 2006 with RCU that initiated that TID and was an anchor of it. The other type of TID development that you see that's that is a city speculative type TID are typically industrial TIDs. So well, I'm not at all disagreeing with Mr. Winzen's. The North Barstow is one example. The other primary one, and I think you have 3 active TIDs, at least 2, and one might be closed, but I think we've had 3 involved with Gateway. So you make industrial sites development ready, get utilities out there as we did with Gateway. So when in a large industrial facility like a Nestle's or an HTI or FedEx building, all those sites are ready for development. And I think Gateway would probably be your primary build it so we have development sites ready, industrial TID.
No question?
I have a question for Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, I had a chance to talk with you earlier in regards to some of my comments that I shared last night. With, I guess, something that's really important to me is that this document perhaps communicates as clearly and as reasonably possible that this is indeed a guideline, that these are parameters to help staff start discussions and look at parameters. And I'm going to reference page 174 in our packet. It's page 1 of the policy. And under the heading Statement of Policy, there is the last paragraph. It says, however, nothing in this policy prevents the City Council from authorizing the use of tax increment financing when, in its sole judgment, such use is in the public's interest and consistent with Wisconsin statutes. Are you able to make a statement or help the public and anybody on council who might be wondering a little bit more about that and what you think the city's intention is with that?
Sure, thank you. You're absolutely right. This policy is a guide, and it's a guide that we're going to use as staff when we talk with developers about their proposals. And it's a framework that we will use when we have those discussions. That said, there's a couple of things in the policy that provide flexibility when we're evaluating those proposals. And to the extent you'll see that language in a couple places, where there are exceptions that provide substantial, new development, or they're going after some type of a redevelopment goal, that we can, bring back something that is, outside the stated, policy guidelines, which again are the framework which we're going to hold those discussions. And then, as you, very clearly pointed out, the policy does expressly say that the council is authorized, in your sole judgment, if you feel that, a particular development or proposal is in the public interest and it's consistent with state statutes, this policy does provide you to act within that authority.
Thank you.
Okay, looks like we're done with our questions, and Councilmember Mitchell has signaled that she has an amendment to, a motion to amend, which we put in front of you prior to the meeting. It's just a single sheet of paper.
Point of order?
Oh.
I think we still need to have a main motion in a second.
Oh, okay, thanks for that. Oh, is that what you were saying? Oh, all right. Well, as our habit would be, we're around to motion by Councilmember Beaton. You okay with that? And the second by Councilmember Worthman. Now we're on the floor. And a motion to amend is about to be offered. Councilmember Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to amend the policy as given on the paper in front of you, basically to change the minimum increase in assessed value of $15 million to $10 million for a developer-initiated TIF, and then to add a statement that is already in the policy as regards existing TIFs, but to repeat it so that it would apply to new TIFs, to say that projects with a lesser increase in assessed value may be considered if they further a substantial new development or redevelopment goal of the city. And if I get a second, I'll...
Second that.
Thank you. A motion has been made and seconded by Councilmember Klinkhammer. Councilmember Mitchell.
So, as I recall, when we finished our work sessions on TIF, we were pretty much settled on the $10 million figure, and I was persuaded by that and by the discussion last night that $15 million is too much. And while some would have liked it to be 5 or 2 or 8, I settled on 10, and the reason was because that's what I thought we had come to at the end of the work sessions. And then just to add a little more flexibility to the new TID as requested by a developer, which I think, as we've seen tonight, doesn't often happen in this city, but nevertheless could. That sentence would give us an additional amount of flexibility.
Councilmember Klinkhammer?
Please, thank you. Even though I seconded it, I do have, I guess, a question of Mr. Winson's, but I understand, just with the understanding that just by considering adopting a TIF policy, we're in danger of sliding to the dark side here. So, but I want to make sure that we're not making a severe mistake here.
We can correct ourselves.
Go ahead.
If this motion to amend is adopted, other than the fact that the 15 million assured that we would have enough revenue to cover staff costs, time, etc. And at 10 million, there might be problems with that. Are there other risks to the city that we're not considering?
No, not in my opinion. I think that a $10 million project is still a very substantial project and worthy of consideration.
Thank you.
Councilmember Mitchell. And just for the record, I did check with the city manager and Jay before I brought this forward. I didn't just make it up.
Further discussion. Councilmember Von Hayden.
Yes. I want to thank all of the citizens who came forward last night and expressed their concern over the adding to a TIF or the creation of TIF. They raised many questions, valid questions, pros and cons, or whether a TIF is good, bad, or indifferent, and I won't get into that discussion. However, there is no question that the increased construction costs in the TIF results in the taxes of all citizens going up because of the allowable levy increases related to the construction cost index. When the construction costs are increased outside of a TIF, both the tax levy and the valuation go up so that the taxes to the citizens remain the same. However, when this happens in a TIF, the council may increase the levy, but the valuation does not go up, so that the taxes to the individual citizens does increase. And this was presented last night, and I just want to make sure that everybody is clear on this, because we've had the discussion, TIFs are free and they're not. There is a cost associated with them, and I understand the reasoning behind it, because the construction cost index is what we need to pay our salaries and benefits, but there is a cost. And that's why I also feel we should keep this at the 15 million. The reason for that is we can adjust this if someone comes in a viable project, but you want to make sure that when you approve a TIF, you approve the TIF for a good reason, and that it's not just the benefit of the TIF itself, it's a benefit around the TIF, so that we get the real benefit to the taxpayers. Because the unfortunate thing is, with a TIF that runs for 27 years or 20 years, if it doesn't produce a benefit outside of the area, and I'll use Phoenix Park as a little bit of an example. Phoenix Park produced a lot of great benefits for the community and the park and some of the other things. So the costs that the other taxpayers incurred as a result of the development in the TIF, there was some benefit to them. HTI and those, when we they brought in many jobs. And so when you bring those in, that produces a benefit that reduces the taxes and produces more revenue to pay our costs. But if we get some TIFs and are too small, then you run into the problem. We cause a tax increase to our senior citizens, we cause a tax increase to other people, and we may or may not get an overall benefit to the community. And that's why it is very important that we set limits. And so I won't support the amendment to reduce the 15 to 10 million. There may be some isolated circumstances where it would show that a smaller project, there would be extenuating benefit around the TIF that would do it, but until we see that, I think we need to build the protection into our policies.
Councilmember Klinkhammer?
Yeah. Councilmember Von Hayden, if we set the limit at 15, which is what we're trying to amend, isn't there greater risk that we wouldn't be able to, we may not see those proposals that have the greater benefit beyond the, say, the $10 million project? But if we put it at 10 and we get an opportunity, it doesn't mean that we have to accept it as it's presented. But so my point is that if it's too high, we may miss opportunities that will never come to us. And if it's too low and it doesn't make good economic sense to do it, we don't have to approve it.
No, I understand the concept of what you're saying. Obviously, the council has the approval, and the verbiage that was put in there, we could approve a $5 million TIF that has some really magical things with it if we so desired. But those are individual concepts. And my feeling is that when you're looking at, in today's construction costs that we're looking at, you look at many of the buildings that are down in Phoenix Park, the apartment buildings, a single apartment building running 6 to 7 million, whatever the numbers are, one apartment building is not what we're looking for to create a TIF for. We're looking for an area. And so if you're talking about an area, you're talking about more than one project. And if you don't have at least that much dollars in there, there probably isn't going to be an overall benefit outside of the area.
Councilmember Mitchell. Well, I agree with Councilmember Klinkhammer and remind us that the operative word here is minimum. We're not talking about a $10 million project. We're talking about a minimum increase in assessed value. And if we see that that's not sufficient for a particular project, or that even 15 isn't sufficient, again, we don't have to approve it. But we have to balance the need for promoting economic development and getting people to build with with this dollar amount, and I think that the 10 is more reasonable. Councilmember Stroll.
I'm a little torn on this one, and I appreciate the amendment and what it's doing here, and I like the verbiage at the end of it as well. I thought we were trying to get to a point where staff didn't have to necessarily look at all the projects. I mean, I could think of Metro Crossing up there, I think was a $10 million project. I mean, so I thought we were trying to get to a bigger project so that every development of that X amount was not going to potentially come to staff to spend time on these, on going through all the paperwork for something like that. I think the developer was here last night. They have several sites down there that, it's my understanding that the project plan could include a larger area than just one specific site, and therefore, you know, the increment or the amount that they could develop would be included in that. It's also possible the city may just proactively look at creating TIFs in some of these areas, Water Street, Menominee Street, and those types of areas. So I'm a little torn on it. I think it's a guideline either way. I'm thinking on it.
Further discussion. Councilmember Jewell.
Thank you, Council President Kincaid. I think on the dollar amount, it is a question I do recall as Councilmember Mitchell that we much more talked about a $10 million. I also think in areas where we have a lot of growth, we say that $15 million makes sense. When I look at the north side or some areas that aren't developed, we may be providing some essential infrastructure that might fall below that and yet open that door. I do not know the procedure for the next statement, so I'm going to ask Council President's direction. I have a question on the last item, and if Councilmember Mitchell could explain why he added the wording at the end of the paragraph, projects, because my question is, I don't know how to quantify further substantial a project would be. I'd like to know your reasoning on that. Thank you.
That statement is in the policy right now. If you look on page 5 or 117, under minimum project size, that paragraph, that the sentence that Councilmember Tewald is referring to is in there as it applies to an existing TID. And I'm asking that we repeat it to apply to a new TID.
Okay. We're still on the amendment, which is before you. Are you ready? We'll do a roll call vote, and I vote adopts this amendment.
Councilmember Kincaid?
Aye.
Klinkhammer?
Aye.
Larson?
Aye.
Mitchell?
Aye.
Strobel?
Aye.
Tewald?
Aye.
Von Hayden?
No.
Worthman?
Aye.
Strong?
Aye.
Beaton?
Aye.
Emmanuel?
Aye.
And that motion passes, and we are back to the resolution as, the policy, I guess, as amended. And if you're ready, Councilmember Strobel?
Thank you. If the council would indulge me for one more potential amendment. If I could draw your attention to page 6 of the development agreement on number 3, maintenance of taxable status for the life of the TID. This is a guideline, and I think it's something that staff can use when negotiating development agreements. But when a financial assistance has been granted, like a TIF incentive, it says promise to maintain a taxable status for the life of the TID. I would suggest that we change this to add a deed restriction and/or a pilot for a period of 50 years or double the life of the TID, whichever is smaller, I guess. Because I think there's absolutely no benefit to the taxpayers if we give a developer incentive and at the end of that TIF, the project goes tax exempt. We essentially have given the property tax free for all those years, as the increment is used to pay back the cash incentive we gave them. In the example of the mixed-use building that we just approved, the potential for that housing is owned by Blue Gold Realty, the potential for that going tax exempt was something we considered, and we did in the development agreement add a 40-year pilot on that. Knowing that it's a guideline, knowing that I think it would help in negotiations, I guess I would suggest amending that. And how I would do it. Number 3. I threw out here maintenance of a taxable status for 2 times the life of the TIF or 50 years, whichever is less. And I will offer that, please.
The amendment before us is to amend page 6, number 3. Page 6, number 3, under development agreement.
I'll second that.
To say maintenance of a taxable status for the 2 times the life of the TID or 50 years.
Whichever is less.
Whichever is less.
That makes sense?
Are you okay with that? Did you get that done? Okay. Does everyone understand the, no, you might have to, but there is a second by Councilmember Larson. That's good. We might need some clarification on, maybe Mr. Nick can help us, the impact of that motion.
Certainly. All those items are items, again, guidelines, items that we would attempt to obtain through a development agreement that is a contractual provision that we have sought in our downtown development agreements to maintain the taxable status. So on that provision, it doesn't require a minimum valuation or a minimum amount of tax, simply that the property be taxable. It's a concern to prevent a tax exemption claim that was in play with Haymarket Landing, as Councilmember Strobel indicated. It might also be on clinic-type properties, hospital-related development. And even if the current use is taxable, and clearly so, it's a protection against either statutory change or a subsequent sale to some type of tax-exempt use. We did obtain it for 50 years on the Haymarket Landing, and that's what it does. I'm not going to comment on whether that's good or bad, but that's what it accomplishes. It doesn't set the floor. That's number 2 in terms of a guarantee of property tax payment, just that it remain taxable.
Councilmember Mitchell. Thank you. May I ask Councilmember Strobel a question? So 2 times the life of the TID. What if a TID were to close in, say, 13 years? Should it just say 50 years? I mean, why are you doing that 2 times the life?
I was trying to be agreeable with everybody, so if you would like me to make a friendly on that, I would do that.
We'll see what people think. Would you like to amend your own motion to remove?
I will amend my motion to just make it 50 years.
2 times the life is removed, 50 years. The seconder?
Yes, I
Is there any objection to the friendly amendment? There being none, it is accepted. We're back to the motion to amend. Councilmember Emanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question. I'm not sure if this is for the city manager or somebody else. Since I'm not a developer and probably won't grow up to be a developer, I'm wondering what kind of impact this amendment could have, and in particular, would staff view this as, even though these are guidelines, would staff view this as a non-starter or complementary to the goals here? I guess I could use a little help understanding perhaps staff's opinion on this, even though we're just taking it up right now.
Sure. This certainly goes to setting an expectation to the developer that if there's going to be tax-supported money to to helping this development go forward, that we want that to remain taxable for a period of time. It's certainly your policy call as to how long you would want that to be, and the life of the TID, which is the current policy, or something that's greater than that, like 50 years. So again, keep in mind this is a guideline, and we would certainly be able to bring back something less than that if that was the request of the developer. But there's certainly good public policy to say that we want the property to stay in taxable status, especially if, we have put public money into supporting or helping to create the development.
Okay. We have a motion before us to amend as described. Further discussion? I think I might be able to do this.
Point of clarification for the clerk. Now, this is adding the phrase, maintenance of that taxable status for 50 years at the end of line 3 or replacing line 3?
I think it's at the end. Excuse me. I can defer to the city attorney on that one.
Yeah, it replaces, as I understand it. So you wouldn't want it, you're not meaning life plus 50 years. So instead of it saying maintenance of taxable status for the life of the TID, it would basically delete life and the TID. So maintenance of taxable status for 50 years.
Okay. Everyone clear? Let's try this. Oh, Councilmember Klinkhammer?
Thank you. I guess, Mr. Peters, would that be perceived as a deterrent by developers, or would it be perceived as an item that could be negotiated by developers?
Probably either or both. Depending on the developer. But
if I could just add something, and certainly it's going to be developer specific. From my experience, it has been less of an issue than the minimum tax value and tax payment guarantee. That has been definitely a strong and recurring negotiating point, because that's an immediate bottom line issue. When that kicks in, how long it stays, at what amount, are all highly negotiated terms. This one is as well, but since it doesn't guarantee a minimum amount and it's only guaranteeing taxable status, it hasn't been as controversial. Certainly pushing it to 50 years was a negotiating point, but I think the very policy issues that you're debating and that Mr. Peters referenced, we were able, to obtain it. So it'll be a discussion point, and having it be that long, even though we got it once, doesn't mean that you can always get it. But I mean, there are strong policy reasons to insist upon it with incentives, and there's certainly policy reasons to look for it beyond the life of the TID. And that's why we did on that project. Whether we'll get it for you every time, I don't know. But I have no objection to trying, and again, it hasn't been as controversial a point as the minimum tax guarantee.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Larson?
Thank you. I just want to point out that I believe in the Haymarket agreement, we settled on 40 years. So when I'm imagining, maybe I'm wrong, correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you're wrong.
Okay. All right.
You can still give a speech though.
All right. But as I'm imagining a developer coming forward with a plan, they recognize, I'm sure too, that these are guidelines. And if they have an opportunity, to make it what they think is a good investment, but they want to negotiate the 50 years, it seems to me that this won't prevent them from doing it. But
Okay, I think we can try a simple motion here. This would be a motion on the motion to amend to 50 years. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay. Now, we're back to the resolution and the policy statement. Further discussion. And we moved this item, and we are ready. If you're ready, Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Klinkhammer,
Aye.
Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell,
Aye.
Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid.
Aye. And that resolution passes. We have one ordinance for action tonight, an ordinance creating Chapter 5.57 entitled Escort Service License of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Eau Claire. Do council members have questions regarding our presentation last evening? On a motion then by Councilmember Emmanuel, seconded by Councilmember Tewalt. Item 24 is moved and discussion is in order. Councilmember Emmanuel.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to say thank you to the chief and to the city for graciously working with council to delay this for a little bit and to just spend a little bit more time to, I guess, clarify the vision of treating victims as victims first versus criminals who are caught up in human trafficking. And I really appreciate that sensitivity to this community issue. And I wish you a lot of luck and everyone else in this new tool that sounds like it's the first of its kind here in Wisconsin. So I wish you well, and please come back to council if there are additional ways that we can help to rescue people from human sex trafficking in our community.
Thank you. There being no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Larson,
Aye.
Mitchell, Strobel,
Aye.
T-Wall,
Aye.
Von Hayden,
Aye.
Worthman,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Beaton,
Aye.
Emmanuel,
Aye.
Kincaid,
Aye.
Klinkhammer.
Aye.
And that ordinance is adopted. Thank you to everyone who worked on it. There are two ordinances for introduction, the first being an ordinance rezoning property at 202 West Grand, the Grace Lutheran Church, from RM to CBDP, and to adopt a general development plan to allow for office activities, specifically the Chippewa Valley Free Clinic. Item 26, an ordinance for introduction annexing to the City of Eau Claire part of the town of Union, known as the Gateman petition on Coleb Road. Do council members wish to suspend the rules, take up any item of these? No such desire is in order. Announcements and directives. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. Just a couple of announcements. Tomorrow night is the reception for the Economic Development Week, and that's out at the Chippewa Valley Innovation Center between 4 and 6, and you're encouraged to do that. As was announced earlier, on Monday at 10 o'clock out at Florian Gardens is the police memorial service, and it's always a very nice and reflective moment to be able to show our respect for the service that are provided by our police department and the members of law enforcement. So if you can make that, please do. Then Friday the 20th, eggs and issues, school board financing issues. So if you're going to go to that, please let Kathy know. And then finally this evening, in the continuing march of turnover, this is the third meeting in a row that I've introduced a new senior management person to the City of Eau Claire. Vicki Sultan has been hired as our new Human Resource Director. And Vicki, come on up. Vicki has been a local attorney in the community for over 20 years, serving human resource issues. She's worked with probably almost all of the major employers in town in her capacity as a private sector attorney, and we're very lucky and fortunate that she's now going to be our exclusive Human Resource Director. And so I would introduce Vicki if you'd like to make a couple of opening remarks.
Very happy to be here and looking forward to working with all of you. Call me anytime.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other announcements and directives? Councilmember Van Hayden?
Yeah, I'd recommend that staff, now that as soon as the parking ramp is completed and available for use, that we take a look at the Railroad Street parking lot for any other potential development that might be available on it. And staff should take a look at that, and economic development people to see what would be a viable thing that we could do with that piece of property, other than as a transit center.
Any other directives? On a motion then by Councilmember Emanuel, seconded by Councilmember Quinkhammer, there being no further business before this body, we are adjourned by unanimous consent.
This was a rebroadcast of the Eau Claire City Council meeting. This program was recorded and presented by Chippewa Valley Community Television. Chippewa Valley Community Television is made possible by continuing community support. If you would like to volunteer or make a donation, you can contact us by calling 715-839-5067 or on the web at www.cvctv.org.